Act 5, baby, let's go!
Follow me.
Dresden is in horrible shambles. Oh, look, it's the commander. He's back. Now we're sure to hold Dresden. Oh man, look at the background. Man, Avu is so big now.
Let us be off.
She's bigger than me, even on top of the horse. Oh, hey man. Oops. A familiar gold-haired healer brushes some ash from his sleeve and shakes his head as he inspects a pile of charred demon corpses. They were too stubborn to retreat. Their determination could have helped them in life, but instead, it has only led to their untimely deaths. I regret having to kill them. Who are you? Man smiles. There's a golden gleam in his hazel eyes. Arushalae, a gold dragon. You heeded my advice and spared a young servant of Oh yeah. That was in Act 3, man. That was so long ago. We parted ways, but I promised that we would meet again. And here I am. I have to say, the spirit of the dragon is still strong within you. I don't remember that. What? I have a spirit of a dragon? News of your heroic deeds has spread far and wide. People call you the Hope of Mendev and the hero of the crusade. Many of them refuse to believe that you were dead. They clearly hold you in great esteem. I gotta go. Farewell, Commander. This will be a difficult fight, but if you look within yourself, you'll find that your spirit, the spirit of a dragon, cannot be defeated. If you feel the desire to follow Tyrandalev's example, come and meet me in Dresden after battle. And if you do not, well, then this will be our last meeting. The storyteller turns to you calmly. Long months have passed, Commander. Even while you were away on the other plane, I could hear your brave heart beating. That sound never stopped for a second. Many of us chose to stay with the unit ordered to protect the Wardstone until your return. It was an easier decision for me than the others. I had encountered you in the Abyss, and I knew you were alive. But not everyone believed me. Oh wow, even though... Huh, okay. And then yesterday I had a vision. I was leafing through the pages that you had collected for me, and suddenly I saw the future. Not the future clamoring to be told by the page in my hand, but your future. The future of a person who first brought that page to me. In my vision, you returned from the Abyss marked by new powers that wound around you like a snake. Your voice made the earth tremble. People and demons dropped to their knees. Nyomde herself extended you a helping hand. But the only thing you were concerned with was the whereabouts of the banner that Queen Galfrey had taken with her. The storyteller shakes her head, or his head. I know what I saw is difficult to believe, but I am in the habit of trusting my visions. I mean, I do too. You've been pretty spot on this entire game. So I hurried to the Citadel to lay my hands on some Queen Galfrey's possessions and tried to discern where she went and where your banner is now. So how'd that go? It wasn't easy. I saw the Queen's future and her past as if looking through shattered glass. Multiple visions come one after another, distorting the picture. The Queen is in mortal danger, at the crossroads of her fate, and her every step may prove fatal. But I did not give up, and fortune smiled upon me. I touched her goblet and learned where she was leading her army. Her Majesty decided to march for Iz. A bold move, one worthy of a queen who was not accustomed to hiding. My, that was indeed a bold move for my dear cousin. No doubt about it, as bold as stepping into a volcano. This is an utterly anti-scientific method of acquiring information, and that's what makes it so interesting. I'll have to conduct a series of experiments involving you, to establish how you react to various objects, to identify patterns in the amount of information that you receive from them. The storyteller smiles. You've already said that, in exactly those words. You even conducted your experiments. You handed me some shards to hold. Once you brought a huge club, another time you gave me a live hedgehog. Oh no, Sonic. And then you said the experiment was a failure, and immediately forgot all about it. Really? Well, if I decided to forget all about it, then that must mean I didn't learn anything of interest. I won't remember this time either. Daniel winks and looks around. So, what were we talking about? That's crazy. Iz. Yeah, we heard of Iz. Iz, the place sounds familiar. Can you remind me the details? Oh, Iz. The city that hangs over the Abyss. It was once the citadel of the legendary rulers, the capital of Sarkoris. But now demons are tearing it apart. making a mockery of its former glory. 2/3 of its magnificent streets and proud towers have collapsed into the world wound. But the city still holds on, just as our chorus holds on. Defeated, but refusing to die. Well, I guess it's time for the final battle for Dresden. The storyteller nods. Yes, your arrival has changed everything. Attacked by 2 armies, we felt like dilapidated palisade on the verge of being swept away by a giant wave. But with your return, we become an indestructible wall that will withstand any blow. There's one more thing. Storyteller pauses for a while. In the shattered fragments that form her fate, I can sense your presence, and I am convinced that the Queen could sense it too. No one can say what your next encounter will lead to, but there is one thing I know for certain. Queen Galfrey's fate and yours are tightly intertwined? Why? Perhaps this is what made the Queen write this letter to you. Galfrey's farewell letter. StardustSynchron. I don't know where you are now. Are you even still alive? I don't know what to do. But I am Queen, and I must act accordingly. I don't know why I'm even writing this letter. You are unlikely to ever read it. Forgive me. Galfrey. Huh. After I touched her goblet, I saw her hiding in a secret compartment in the wall, and I managed to find it. I don't know what it says, but I can sense the emotions that were tearing the Queen apart while she wrote it. The storyteller ponders for a moment. I think I will be able to tell you about the feelings she was experiencing in that moment. If you wish, you can come to me later, when everything has settled down, and bring this letter with you. We will look into the past of this item together. Okay. Wow! Oh no, there are too many of them. This is useless, we're done for. That guy got mirror image, we're Don't fall back, hold the line. A huge oily Nile Veshne is waiting for you with his arms folded. Here comes the commander, kids. So Commander, do you like what you see? You've arrived just in time to hear your friends screaming for help. They trusted you, and look what's happened to them. Do you actually think you can rescue them? Who do you think you are? Apanavicius. You shouldn't have angered our master, mortal. He will take away everything you have, your mind, your flesh included. You belong to him now. Did Baphomet cite you guys? We did. We all serve our master Baphomet, Lord of the Labyrinth. He wants revenge, I guess. He promised us Dresden, and your skin as a doormat. The Marilith adds with a smug grin. You only get Dresden, Orangofta. The skin is mine and mine alone. You will look splendid in my chambers in the ineluctable prison. I'll do what that idiot Minago fails to accomplish. I'll destroy the Wardstone as you watch, little commander. And then I'll admire the despair frozen on your face forever. Well, good. I'll rescue my friends. He burst into laughter. I'll rescue my friends. And how exactly will you do that, you pathetic Galarian maggot? What can you do on your own, without your army? Yell inspirational speeches? Oh no, I'm so scared. And then all the pathetic defenders of Dresden will be inspired and turn into invincible force? Yes, that's how it usually goes. In fairy tales. You know what happens next in real life? Your friends will rot in my lord's dungeon, and the bones will join the myriad of others. We'll wipe away your army out, and you along with it. But I won't kill everyone. I'll lock you in a cage, then start torturing your friends. Once I'm done with them, they will come and spit in your face. They'll tell you themselves what torment you doomed them to. With a pointed yawn, the Marilith remarks casually, It's time to end this, mortal. He has nothing to surprise us with. You are just a jumped-up mortal insect. You're a nobody. Whoa, what? These two are new? Oh. That's what Hal was talking about? Was that a thing before? I don't remember ever seeing a Dragon Mythic path in the game until now. Legend. I never seen the Legend either. Oh, I don't know what to do, bro. This is very hard. I want all three. These are good. I gotta try dragon. I really... Would that turn me into a dragon? I am a gold dragon. My heart is full of compassion, but my spirit is relentless. I will allow those who want to leave to go in peace, but those who stay, I will have to destroy. Power rushes through your body, almost ripping it apart. The wound in your chest bursts open with a spray of bloody droplets. The might bestowed upon you by the Abyss and Areelu Vorlesh erupts into this world, and you pay for it in purest agony. Orengofta, who just a moment ago seemed so vast, so powerful, now seems like a slow-witted bully to you. The demons and the Citadel's defenders are all just poor, misled children who see no further than the tip of their own noses. Your heart fills with compassion for them. Oh, I'm a dragon! What a cow! What? Wow. The soft glow of your scales touches them all, soothing them with its warmth, and they realize there's no need to fight anymore. Battles are pointless. Life, every moment of it, is the greatest miracle. Preserving it and reveling in each new day is what is truly important. Some of the demons hesitate for a few moments, and then leave, wondering what they're doing here, and why they got into this fight in the first place. But others are just too angry to retreat. You know that they are no match for a gold dragon, and their sad decision has just doomed them. Battle it is then. Run! Get out! It's a dragon! Oh my god! Oh, wow! I can do that? Oh dude, I'm bigger than Abu. Who that? Wait, that's Iomde, isn't it? An incredible silence suddenly descends over the city. It is broken by the solemn sound of fanfares that seem to come from far away, everywhere and nowhere all at once. All eyes are turned to the huge stained glass window of the city's main cathedral. It begins to glow with a soft light, and in the next breath, a lone figure steps out of the glass onto the cobblestones of Dresden.
Knight Commander,
oh my
at
god.
last we meet.
It's legit her. Yeah, she looks like the statues. Like the one we just started with Anivia. Oh, everyone's kneeling. Even Daeren? I wouldn't expect like Daeren to kneel for Iomde. There's no mistaking her. Iomde, the goddess who has deigned to descend to the world of mortals. Your companions shield their faces, unable to withstand her radiance. The surviving demons quiver. The townfolk fall to their knees, but the deity's eyes are on you and you alone. This is like a big deal for like Sela and I. Cause like, well, I started as a paladin, and both our gods was Iomde. This is basically meeting your god right now. Isn't that crazy? Nah, I'm not going chaotic. God, yeah, I don't know Pathfinder, but gods don't often descend to our world.
They rarely have good reason to.
And she has dialogue too.
I suppose you're asking yourself why I am here.
Yeah.
Gods must not interfere directly in the affairs of mortals. But what is happening here, in the World Wound, is no longer the concern of mortals alone. And this is proof. This fortress has witnessed so many horrors and miracles. It makes me wonder how it still stands.
For a moment, the goddess diverts her eye from your face and looks out over Dresden, surveying the chaos caused by the recent battle and the manifestation of your power.
Goodness and the light of hope are not unknown to you, but you mix them with recklessness. And the power that feeds this recklessness is dangerous.
Man, you are really sounding like your, I was gonna say henchman, but that doesn't sound right. Like the hand of the inheritor.
The path you chose to defend Dresden, I cannot accept it. Demons are an evil that have brought immeasurable suffering to this world, and yet you gave them a choice? When they corrupt and destroy, they do not give anyone the benefit of choice. They do not deserve mercy. Your power is great, but it will be no good for Golarion if you continue to let its enemies run free.
God, you really do sound like the Inheritor. Like it's all gotta be like binary. Like what the heck, man? Not all demons are evil. Like Arushalae is a example of that.
But I did not come here to reproach you, or to bewail the fate of the unfortunate defenders of Dresden. I wish to stop the forces of evil and defend Golarion, both from Daskari's violent rage and from Nocticula's insidiousness. But that is not my only goal. I have come here to restore justice, for justice is the birthright of all. That's why I hail you as a hero who has triumphed over the demons many times. At the same time, I grieve for you, as for a soul that is caught in a web of demonic deceit and villainy.
I mean, I don't disagree with you there, considering my origin. Honestly, 4. Kinda sounds like what I just said. Maybe I did acquire my powers from dubious source, but I follow my own path.
You may think so, but alas, this is not true. It can be, however, if you accept my help. In that moment, when my poor herald was being torn apart by monsters, he found the strength to send me a message about what he had learned in the Abyss. You were in Alushanira, where you spoke with the Lady in Shadow and the Architect of the World Wound. They confessed what they had done to you, but they did not reveal the whole truth. Both you and this unfortunate world will have to pay dearly for the power that they so generously bestowed upon you. But all is not yet lost. That is why I have come.
Oh, the what? Both Areelu and Nocticula? The walls of Dresden shake, and with a ringing laugh, a black shadow appears before the shining goddess. Nocticula in the flesh, standing beside her, is Areelu, who stares at the goddess with ice-cold rage in her eyes. Dude, everyone is still... Dude, this is... Isn't this too... This is a big deal, isn't it? There's a god and a demon lord here, and Areelu.
Who here has been taking my name in vain? Ah, it's you, the Inheritor. What's this? Our worst fears have come to pass. The gods are flocking to Golarion. This merry little tinderbox could ignite at any moment, reducing the material plane to dust.
Yes, Succubus makes Iomede's title sound like an elegant insult. Insult.
I did not come here to fight.
Oh, really? I didn't realize you were good for anything else.
Oh, dang.
Forgive me, that was unfair of me. Judging by your successes over the last 100 years, fighting is not your forte. After all, the wound is still there, as far as I know. So why are you here? If you have come to meddle in my affairs, don't expect me simply to stand aside.
Let's go with 5. I'm ready to hear what you want to tell me.
Do you hear me, Nocticula? You and your servant are under no obligation to leave. I have come here to shed the light of truth.
This is such a weird situation.
Let us see if you both can withstand its merciless radiance. I cannot change the flow of mortal history by force. After all, the world wound is their doing, although committed at the behest of the Abyss. But sometimes force is unnecessary, and truthful words are all it takes.
The goddess who was mortal not so long ago is eager to judge us for our sins now. My sin, to be precise. What lies behind your eagerness, proud Iomede? Righteous wrath, or perhaps fear? Watch out. A simple mortal woman has learned how to grant powers to others. Powers which are beyond the wildest dreams of many Imperial lords. This must be stopped, forbidden, taken away immediately. After all, what need will we have for all these arrogant gods once we become their equals?
Silence. It's impolite to interrupt your elders. But you know, Inheritor, she does have a point. What are you going to do now? Break my weapon, which has made so many victories possible, and only because he received that weapon from my profane hands, and the entire affair must therefore be profane also? What real reasons do you have? Save those born of envy, your capriciousness, and your suspicions?
My reasons are quite real, as you well know. That is why you appeared here in such haste, is it not? You have woven a delicate lace of half-truths nocticula. From you and your servant, the Knight Commander has learned that he is bound to the world wound, that he is slowly dying because of its influence, and that he is yet capable of closing it. But you withheld a crucial piece of information. You never told him that closing the wound won't save him from death. For this lock will destroy the key to which it is bound. The one who closes the world wound will die along with it.
Oh.
That is true. I tried to tell you back in Illusionera, but I was not allowed to. It is an unavoidable consequence of this process. To stitch two planes together as I have stitched Galarian and the Abyss, the soul of a mortal must be woven with the essence of the Abyss. To undo this seam, the original soul, the key, must be ripped apart. No one could survive such a process.
Areelu's voice sounds almost indifferent. She doesn't look at the furious goddess. Her eyes are glued to you. Also, yeah, I do remember that at the end of Act 4. There were a lot of times she'd try to speak about something, but Nocticula always told her to shut up, basically. So in other words, I'll die if I don't close the wound, and I'll die if I do close it.
It is true.
Well,
Now do you see the perils of accepting a demonic gift? No matter how much power the Abyss gives you, that power will always be tainted by lies and misfortune. This is the justice I promised you. The right to know the whole truth, and not to be a plaything in the hands of abyssal spawn.
yeah, Nocticula, why were you trying to hide this from me?
Trying, you say? I successfully hid the truth from you for as long as I deemed necessary. Are you expecting me to explain myself? My goal is to close the world wound, not to grant you a happily ever after.
Dang, you don't care about me? What if I reject this power?
You will live.
Neat.
You will lose everything that makes life worth living.
Oh.
You will spoil a brilliant endeavor and destroy the lives of thousands of mortals who will be devoured by the legions of demons coming from the Abyss. Aside from that, you won't do anything extraordinary at all.
Those are all very different answers, thank you. What if I'm willing to sacrifice my life if it means closing the world wound?
Oh, how noble! For a brief moment, I even felt some regret that we demons are incapable of such lovely feelings. You see now, Inheritor? My little protege has more nobility in him than you expected. Shame on you.
This nobility is exactly why I came here. To help the Knight Commander learn the truth, and to show him that he has been used. Besides, I do not believe that you have been acting for selfless reasons, Lady in Shadow. Honesty and nobility have never counted among your virtues. You own the main source of Nahindrian crystals, and your servant Areelu has learned how to break the laws of the universe with their help. Can it be that the ruler of darkness and mistress of assassins has not conceived a way to use this formidable gift for her own benefit?
Accusations, suspicions, all completely hollow, just like your bright-eyed pretty little head. It's a pity you inherited Eridan's sword, but not his sharp mind. I have but one goal now. To stop the armies of that lecherous billygoat and that gluttonous bug from strutting around my domain as if it were their own. I don't give a fig whether it will help mortals or hurt them. If the enemy of your enemy makes you a mutually beneficial proposition, you would have to be a complete idiot to say no.
I feel like I'm way out of my league to be in this conversation. These two are kind of up there. Goddess, can you help me cleanse my soul of the influence of the abyss?
Areelu has planted a piece of the abyss itself in your soul. The only thing that can cleanse the soul of such a taint is that same soul. But I will be near. I will show you how to root out the demonic corruption. I am not a demon, and I do not offer any simple solutions. You will have to go your own way, no matter where it leads.
Well, I'm starting to finally understand the rules of this game.
Yes. The power that Nahindrian crystals grant you will bring about nothing but your own demise. The branches of the Tree of Sin are vast and verdant, but its only fruit is death. You will not be able to save yourself unless you reject everything that has been foisted upon you. Now you know everything.
No, we're not quite finished with the revelations yet.
There's more?
Few secrets remain to be revealed, but they will be worth the wait.
Areelu's voice rings with surprising, somewhat pharaoh delight.
Does this look familiar? Do you remember the similar wound above your own heart? I have given you enough hints. Come on, ask me the question I have been waiting for.
Wow. With a flick of the witch's wrist, something changes in her, as if a veil has fallen. One so thin that it was almost invisible, but which had clouded your vision nonetheless. Now you can see what was hidden before. A deep, open wound above Areelu's heart. The wound pulsates as blood dripped from it. Wait, what? That wound on her picture. We couldn't see that? I didn't know that. But we could see that wound from the portrait this entire time. I think I remember the first time we saw Areelu in Act 2. I mentioned that, like, oh look, that wound looks like the world wound. But we weren't supposed to know that? Or see that she had a wound? Well, let's do this one since we passed it. I received my wound because of you, Areelu. Implanted the essence of the abyss in my soul when you expanded the world wound. My question is, why do you have a similar wound? Could it be because you used your own soul as a key when you first opened the world wound?
That's right. And this means that the world wound actually has two keys.
Oh. So it could either... Oh wait, a smile dawns on Areelu's face, approving and triumphant. Yeah, I asked the right question. But that would mean... For the key for the world wound, it would have to be... Well, it doesn't have to be just me. She could be used too.
Good question. Just imagine. I have wasted so much time chasing the key to the world wound, and the key was right under my nose this whole time. Areelu, my love, come over here.
Nocticula looks at Areelu with fresh eyes. Predatory curiosity written on her face. Yeah, I guess that wound is supposed to be invisible. Because she would have seen it, since those two have been hanging out like this entire game. Huh. Oh, okay, bye-bye. Just drops a bomb and like, peace. Areelu does not look like someone who has been cornered. Without a trace of fear, she gives you a faint nod, and then makes a barely discernible gesture with her hand, and disappears as she was never here.
Wait, I said wait! That little bitch. I knew she would betray me sooner or later, but I never expected such an idiotic stunt. But everything seems to be falling into place quite nicely. You see, you don't have to die after all. Areelu opened the world wound, and Areelu will be the one who closes it, whether she likes it or not. Although, someone will need to catch her first, and this will require certain powers.
I'm confused though. Why would she reveal that she could also be used as a key? What's the point of that?
Yes, Areelu Vorlesh will pay for her crimes with her life. Her flight confirms that our suppositions were correct. But now we know that the world wound can be sealed with her blood. You have no reasons to remain indebted to the Abyss and indulge the Queen of the Succubi. Reject her gift and secure your victory while being the person you were before Areelu Vorlesh corrupted you. Win as a mortal and become a legend among mortals.
She's talking rubbish. True, we gave you the power, but it was you who chose how to wield it. It belongs to you, and it will remain yours, so you can do whatever you want with it. But first, you must use it to close the world wound. You aren't going to catch this world's most powerful witch, and a half-demon one at that, with your bare hands, are you?
I mean, it's possible, but probably very hard. Both the goddess and demon lord stare at you expectant. Oh, when did I become the topic of conversation? Hey guys, there's a whole audience over there. Just look at them. Help! Help! I don't want to be in this conversation. Before I make my decision, I want to ask Iomde some questions.
Ask, and you shall have your answers.
Oh yeah, I remember the Starstone. I'm pretty sure that's from Earthfall, like the thing that destroyed the storyteller's like civilization. You gained your own power from the Starstone. How is my power any different?
My ascension was not accomplished in one day, and even the test of the Starstone was only one of its stages. I did not merely gain power, I embraced a sacred duty. Your power, on the other hand, stems not from long hours of study, not from trials. It is not the natural talent you were born with and carefully honed throughout your life. It is the result of an evil soul's deranged experiment with the blood of dead abyssal lords.
The Starstone is a unique gemstone meteorite that was part of a massive meteor shower that struck Galarian. This event, it was her fault. Yeah. You imprisoned entire host of angels inside the Wardstone. Why did you do that?
Every one of my angels volunteered for that mission. They all knew what kind of watch they were going to keep. They knew that it would be a hard and exhausting battle, but that the lives of mortals throughout Golarion would depend on it. Alas, angels' minds can be as fragile as the minds of mortals. In less than 100 years, many wavered and wished to break the oath they had sworn. I do not blame them. I blame myself for allowing them to take on a burden that was too heavy for them.
Did you send your herald to follow me to the Abyss, or did he go of his own free will?
He acted on his own noble impulse, and I did not stop him. I also did not try to dispel his misconception about you being my chosen one. I do not lie, but both celestial beings and mortals can be mistaken.
Okay. Why would you not tell him that I'm not your chosen?
She doesn't lie, sure. She merely withholds some of the truth. For the noblest of reasons, of course.
Yeah, but don't you do that too? You did that when trying not to tell me about me having to die to close the wound. Do you know what happened to your herald?
My herald, my loyal companion, was captured, and now demons are using him to attack Dresden. They're holding him in the Ivory Labyrinth, Baphomet's realm of the Abyss. It is a place I cannot go, not even to save my faithful friend. For doing so would start an interplanar war.
Right. Isn't that why gods can't interfere with mortal realms? Yeah, it basically, if the gods do interfere, it would basically be Diablo then. Where regular ass people are the ones to suffer because of the war between heaven and hell.
Right now, as we speak, Baphomet's servants are torturing the hand of the Inheritor. Tormented and anguished, he reaches for you with his thoughts and his soul. I cannot tell if he sees you as a great unfulfilled hope or a last chance.
I think the
but
former.
Baphomet knows well how to exploit
Your buddy
such
didn't really like me.
desperate yearning. He has turned my herald into a source of power to open temporary portals. They do not last long, but they lead from the dungeon where the hand of the Inheritor suffers, right to your doorstep.
Oh.
Baphomet does not need to lead his armies through the rifts. Now he can send them right here. As long as my poor herald remains in the hands of that monster, this will not stop. I cannot say if it is still possible to save him, or if putting him out of his misery is the only way. I cannot openly ask you to intervene. But if you decide to do so, you will be helping both yourself and the one who chose the martyr's path when he followed you into the abyss.
Ever since I acquired these powers, everyone has believed me to be your chosen. Yeah, this is what I just said. Why didn't you do anything to dispel this misunderstanding?
At first, I did not know who you were, or where your powers originated. This was revealed to me only when my herald offered up his dying prayer from the depths of the abyss. And following his desperate plea, I sought to confirm my suspicions. Until that point, I had observed you without intervening. After all, your crusade was securing victories, the first Golarion had seen in many years, so even if it was not I who had sent you into battle, it felt unfair to undermine you.
Huh.
In other words, our Imperial guest had no problem with your power, as long as she didn't know where it came from. She didn't even share her suspicions with her own herald. And after all that, someone dares to claim that demons are the most deceitful creatures?
You should not blame someone else if you base your accusations on vague suspicions rather than solid proof. You call my behavior deceitful. You, of all creatures, who kept the commander ignorant of the fate you had chosen for him? Indeed, the insolence of demons knows no bounds.
A demon lord stands before you. Why don't you destroy her right here and now?
I could. But then every other demon lord would decide that he or she was next and stand against me. In response to that, the Imperial lords would take up arms. Then Hell, Heaven, and Elysium would join the
This is what I
conflict.
just said.
A war would break out, one which mortals could not hope to survive.
Yeah, the setting would turn to Diablo, yeah. Why have you decided to descend to the world of mortals at this particular moment?
As I have already said, I am here to open your eyes to Nocticula's lies and to prevent more calamities in the future. You are at a crossroads now. I will not force you to do anything, but you needed to learn the truth and have the chance to cleanse yourself.
Why did Areelu do everything possible to lead us to the idea that she was the key too?
The impulses that drive a soul as black as hers are beyond my comprehension. Perhaps she was startled by my arrival
Nah, no
and
way.
decided not to bother keeping a secret that was bound to be revealed. Or perhaps she is up to some cunning scheme.
Yeah, probably.
Be on your guard.
I don't know what.
The architect of the world wound will surely try to bring you down. For if she truly is a key, then it must mean that she will die sooner or later due to the influence of her own horrible creation. And that means that sacrificing you is her only chance of survival.
Explain it to me again. How exactly can you help me cleanse myself of the influence of the Abyss?
Areelu has planted a piece of the abyss itself in your soul.
Oh, she said
The
this
only
already.
thing that can cleanse the
No
It
more.
is time to make your decision then.
Alright, Natakula, your turn.
If you have questions, ask away.
Why'd you hide the fact that closing the wound would kill me?
Because if I'd told you the truth, you would have refused to do it. But you're not angry with me, are you? After all, everything has worked out perfectly fine. We found another key. So now you can live and enjoy your life. Provided that you catch Areelu, of course.
Now that we decided to use Areelu to close the wound, do you still want me to keep my powers I acquired from her?
Of course I do. Firstly, you'll need those powers to catch Areelu and bring her to Threshold. Surely you don't think she'll willingly fall into your hands, and the demonic hordes will politely make way for you. And secondly, the powers Areelu gave you protect you from dying before your time. None of us want the wound to kill you prematurely. You are extremely useful to me alive. After all, if you let Areelu slip through your fingers, we can always go back to the original plan for closing the wound.
Oh, neat. Areelu deliberately led us to the idea she was a key too. Why?
Apparently, she understood that her secret was about to be revealed anyway, so she decided to leave in style. What human female over 100 years old wouldn't feel flattered at being the center of attention?
I don't think that's the reason.
Although she could have other reasons. She obviously wanted us to understand everything and
But no one knows.
immediately rush off in pursuit of her. She's probably been preparing for a war of all against all for a long time. And now she wants to wage it on her own terms. Expect treachery and traps wherever you go.
Okay, where could she have fled to?
No, let's think. She's hidden in the abyss before. She won't dare to return there now. Not only to my realm, but to any other either. Even if Baphomet and Discari both take it upon themselves to guard Areelu personally, that won't stop me from sneaking in, slitting her throat, and leaving undetected. And she knows that. If I were her, I would hide in a place where the powers of her enemies were uncertain, and her own power was close to unlimited. I say you should look for her here, in the World Wound.
Aren't you afraid to stand in the presence of a goddess?
Tut tut, how rude! I wouldn't say the girl is that hideous.
But
I admit her face is far from perfect.
oh,
Her body too, to be honest. But all in all, not bad. I've seen worse.
Your theatrics are too transparent to offend me, demon. At least, they can hardly offend me more than the very fact of your existence.
do you really plan to use me to become a goddess yourself?
That is nothing but the wild speculation of a little girl who gained celestial power through no merit of her own and now fears that others may do the same, forcing her to share her place in the spotlight. Do I want to become a goddess? Of course I do. Who wouldn't? Can you help me with that? Sadly, no. Of course, Areelu used to blather on about how her brilliant invention could bake gods like pies. But between you and me, the cleverer the inventor, the larger their ego becomes. So far, she hasn't managed to create anything stronger than you. And no offense, but you're no match for any deity.
Hey now, come on. We don't know that. Maybe I have a shot. I got no more questions.
Very well. It's time for you to make your decision then.
I want to ask my party. What do you think about all this?
Perhaps your power came from the abyss, but your beautiful soul has cleansed it of all evil. Don't reject this power, for you have already proved that you are worthy of it.
I enjoy feeling mythic power within me, but my life was perfectly fine before it. So it is up to you to decide.
Being around you is so much fun. The whole world is ablaze. War is raging, but even those who are on the verge of dying smile when they see you. This power is good. Perhaps it was evil before, but you have made it good. Don't throw it away.
I don't see any reason for deliberation. Your power is chaotic and capricious, and it originates from a demonic source. I doubt you can even control it. Heed the words of the goddess. Reject it. And then we will hunt down Areelu Vorlesh and deliver the punishment she deserves.
It's not my place to gainsay the will of my goddess, but the thing is, I can sense evil. And I don't sense it in your power at all. I just don't. Whatever those horned monsters had planned for you, you definitely aren't playing by their rules.
That's shocking, honestly. Because like what I just said earlier, she's like, both of us paladins looked up to Ionde, and here's her goddess in the flesh, but she's not accepting what the goddess says as like how do you say, like immediately agreeing upon her decision that I should give up the power. That is interesting.
You gave hope to the Crusaders in their darkest hour, even when all seemed lost and only despair and death lay ahead. With these powers, you have saved countless lives, and you will save more. Of course you must keep them.
Someone pinch me. We are standing in the presence of the most pompous goddess in the world, debating whether we should listen to her or send her packing along with her invaluable opinions. I shall remember this moment for the rest of my life. Even as I stand in Pharasma's court, I shall tell this story to anyone who will listen.
Jesus. Alright, he's kneeling, but yeah, okay. His opinions are still there.
As for your question, by all means, tell her to go to the abyss. The power is yours, and yours alone.
I hate it when they corner you and demand answers out of you. But fine, I'll tell you what I think. With you, I've always had my freedom, Chief, so I'll speak freely. Be who you are and don't count on gifts from nobody. You gave me the same advice back in Alashanira, remember?
That is true.
And I've never regretted following it. Maybe you won't have the powers you had before, but do you really need somebody's permission to do what you want to do? That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that situation in this one's very similar, huh?
You know what I am about to say, Master. This power is ours, no matter where it came from and how we gained it. Only a complete idiot would reject such might. And if you consider the number of enemies you've made, then it would make you an idiot with a death wish.
Your powers are interesting from a theoretical point of view. You are an experiment started by Areelu Vorlesh, and terminating it before it is complete would be foolish, not to mention impolite.
Huh. Most of the party agrees with staying with the power. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, most of them do agree.
I am waiting for your answer. I hope you will choose wisely.
Quite right. Make your choice, and make it the right one.
This really is a weird situation. Super bizarre. Oh. What am I choosing? Oh. Oh! Wait, hold on. So I can stay Azata, which I assume is going with Nocticula, and then Legend is what Ionde told us. One does not need to be a mythic creature, an otherworldly being, or a deity's chosen to become a hero. This path may be grueling and full of temptation, but the mortal who treads it fully earns the right to call themselves a legend. And then Go Dragon is a path. Oh, they all have banners. Right, yeah. Go Dragon. The Go Dragon is a mighty... Oh, look at me, dude. My eyes are all like reptilian. Go Dragon is a mighty, almost omnipotent creature that possesses powers beyond all others. The Go Dragon is an embodiment of goodness, hope, and redemption. Oh god, man, I want that. That's literally what I want. I don't think I want to be Legend. I'm not feeling that, like agreeing with Ionde. Azata, I kind of do. I wouldn't mind continuing Azata. Oh, but we could be a dragon, man. I want to be a dragon. Oh, wait. If I pick Go Dragon, do I lose? Do I lose my Azata stuff? So, would I lose Avu? Oh, I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, I didn't think of that. If that's true, then it's either give up Avu so I can become a dragon, or I have to give up being a dragon so I can keep Avu. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know if I do lose Avu. I want to be a dragon. I do. I really do. I can't give up Avu. If I had to pick between the two, from giving up Avu to be a dragon or giving up being a dragon so I keep Avu, I want to keep my buddy. She's so adorable. I can't give her up. Let's stick with Azata. Alright, man, I made my decision. I really want to be a dragon. I really do. But, like I said, if it's between Avu, giving up Avu to become a dragon, I want to keep Avu. She's been with us through thick and thin since Act 2. I can't give her up. So here we go. I'm sticking with Azata.
I'm tired of waiting.
The choice is made. All you have to do is announce it to everyone. Wow, there's a lot. Oh, there's the dragon path. Perhaps I could have rejected this power, but how can I abandon my people and my dragon? That's legit my thought process.
Your pride will destroy you, and perhaps all of Golarion with you. But I shall not intervene now, so as to avoid causing even more suffering to this world. Farewell.
Another commander would have turned his army into a faceless war machine, but not you. Thanks to you, we gain one victory after another without losing touch with our humanity.
It would have been so foolish for you to reject your powers. So many victories, so many achievements lie ahead for you. Well, go now. Capture Areelu, and prove which of you is making the best use of her invention. I'll be watching you.
Alright, well, we pissed off Iomde. I didn't expect that. I don't like both the Inheritor and Iomde's ideals of like everything being binary. I don't like that. Like everything has to be good or evil. Hey, Anivia. Yes, I still have Avu. She's right there. Grumbling under her breath, Anivia picks a burr from her clothes, wipes colorful chemical goo off her sleeve, empties acorns out of her pockets, and shakes something that looks suspiciously like confetti out of her hair. Just look at this. You left the city at the mercy of free crusaders. And see what they've done? I don't know if they're manning defenses or rehearsing a circus act. But I'm not really mad, of course. You all gave the demons such a thrashing, they probably haven't even come to it yet. Erebeth would lose her mind if she could see what they've done to her beloved barracks. I'll need to be the first to see her and tell her everything. Ease her into it, you know? Prepare the ground, put things in perspective. Anivia smiles, either pleased at having banished the demons or imagining the reunion with her wife. It's good to see that you're not mad at me, Anivia. Wait, I mean, you see, that came out wrong. I didn't mean to say that I was the one who wrecked the barracks. Did everyone make it through? Well, how should I put it? I wasn't planning to start whining right away, right from the start, but your gang's been running amok around here since they drove the demons off. They've been fighting amongst themselves. Somebody even tried to swipe what the demons hadn't already looted from the houses. I restored order, knocked a few heads together, but they had plenty to say about that. Let me tell you, according to them, I don't respect the heroes that saved the city. Next time we'll try to be more careful. No, careful is boring. Even the word is so boring, I keep forgetting it exists. Anivia waggles her finger at the dragon. You think just because you're growing bigger by the day, you don't gotta listen to Anivia anymore? Well, I have news for you, Missy. Oh, you know what? No matter what happens out there, make sure you come back. My gut tells me that soon, Dresden will be playing host to weird and wonderful folk from all over the world. Somebody's gotta be here to meet them. And, sorry, I don't want to be that somebody. Well, and somebody's gotta show the regular Crusaders, not the free Crusaders, what springtime's like in the world wound. In other words, make sure you come back. Anivia hesitates and then adds sheepishly. And grab Erebeth and drag her back here with you if you find her, alright? Or else Desna knows what'll happen to her out there. Rego looks slightly more tense than usual. Stardust, I have fairly important news. I will do my best to be brief. The Hell Knight orders have not reacted well to the development I mentioned in my latest report. Specifically, regarding the true source of your power. The very notion that we have been cooperating with a weapon forged by Areelu Vorlesh and Nocticula has caused discontent. The Order have not issued any official edicts, but many chapters and high-ranking knights have been recalled from their assignment and barricaded themselves in one of our outposts. The one you know, in fact. I suggest you go there and resolve the issue between the Orders and the Crusaders. It is a matter of importance. It's his job, yeah. Makes sense he'd report it. What kind of reaction can I expect? Any. Up to and including a formal declaration of war. Which is why you must go to the outpost and resolve the issue before it devolves into open conflict. Alright, I'll go there. Excellent. That is all I had to report. So I will return to my duties and you may attend to your other affairs. Arushalae. Stardust! The succubus gazes at you despondently. She always speaks quietly, but now her voice is a barely audible whisper. In my dream, a fire destroyed almost everything. The only thing that survived was the table. I returned from my dream worlds many times. The nightmare still lurks there, but I want to understand why this table is so important. Why did it survive the fire? I can't figure it out what makes it so special. It looks like a simple piece of furniture. It just stands there. What's it supposed to mean? What am I doing wrong? Is your nightmare still attacking you? Not openly. It lurks in the shadows, gnawing at my soul from within. It never leaves me alone. It hasn't tried to fight me again. Would you want to enter the dream? I don't think that will help. We've already been there together, and... Nah, there must be something else. I must look at it from a different side. But how do you find the other side of a dream? The other side of a dream is called reality. Perhaps this table represents something you are supposed to do in real life? You might be right. She brightens considerably. But what exactly should I do? Find a table? Buy one? Perhaps I should learn the craft of a carpenter and make one myself? So many possibilities and I don't even know where to begin. Your excitement gives way to dismay. Perhaps Desna could help you solve the riddle? Probably not. But she was the one who asked me to solve it. I don't think she's gonna tell me the answer. I must find it myself, but how? Where did the table come from? Wasn't it Anivia? Oh yeah, it was. Where'd it come from? Arushalae considers your question. She taps her lips thoughtfully. Oh, I remember now. There was a loaf of bread on that table. That was Anivia's dream, remember? She said she wanted to learn how to bake. The bread went up in flames along with all the other fragments of her dreams, but the table remained. If the table came from the dream, Anivia's dream, perhaps you should talk to her. I've been living among mortals for a while now, but there's still so much I don't understand about your kind. How you live, what you dream about. You're right, we should ask Anivia. It is part of her dream after all. That's a good idea, but... The succubus shifts from foot to foot reluctantly. Could you please talk to her instead? I don't even know how to begin a conversation like this. It's so personal. Please ask her. I'll stay nearby. Yeah, but didn't she see you last time? Oh, it's this guy. Commander, the Inquisitor greets you with a bow. I'm sincerely gladdened by your return, and I was delighted to hear your recent victories. It is a shame that my duty has kept me away from the front line. I would like to take up a place in the ranks of your crusade, and perhaps I will still have a chance to do so. Before that happens, we must address the other issue. I suppose you already guessed what brought me here. We parted ways after the discovery we made on the Count's estate. You and I both know that the Count became a conduit for an unknown entity, which I call the Other. I retreated to Neurosian and then went beyond Mendev borders, looking for mentions of such entities and ways to fight them. And now that my search has borne fruit, I'm ready to tell you all about it. Why did it take so long? Because we don't know jack about this guy. So what have you learned about it? I must be honest, I still don't know what it is. However, I managed to find some evidence of similar incidents. Individuals who, in a horrible moment in their life, became a gateway for an unknown entity. The most curious part is that all these cases appear almost sequential. They happen in various corners of Galarian, but no two incidents ever occur at the same time. This leads me to believe that we're dealing with a single entity, one that has been secretly present in our world for a very long time, merely changing its gateways on occasion. While I do not know what this entity is, I managed to find something of great value. A Varsian Arcanist managed to pick up the trail of the Other and invented a ritual to weaken and bind it. She died under very suspicious circumstances. Her decapitated body was found in her lab. Her head was never found. The Other got to her. But her notes survive, including the description of the ritual. I have discussed it with several highly esteemed experts in magic, and I am inclined to consider this a reliable weapon. We can use the ritual to lure the entity out, bind it, and probably exterminate it. To do that, I'll need your assistance. What do we gotta do? We must carefully prepare the ritual, and then bring the Count to the location. The ritual will lure out the Other, weaken its connection with the Count, bind its essence to our world like an anchor. The last part is especially important. All the evidence indicates that while the gateway is active, the Other can travel freely between the material plane and some other unknown space that lies beyond. If we fail to bind the Other with the ritual, it will either escape, or in the worst case scenario, drag us into its realm. Hence, we must lure it out, and then, I suppose, defeat it. There is one more issue. Aside from the fact that we'll have to fight this incredible, powerful, and horrifying creature, the Other's suspicion must not be aroused until the very last moment, and this means that the Count must know nothing as well. The best course of action would be to take the Count to a location without telling him the reason for the journey. Then, we must frighten him, and make it appear that his life is in danger. The Other will believe that its gateway is in peril, and then, I hope, it will show up to protect it. The ritual circle will work as a trap, but it is crucial, and I stress this, that we convince the entity that we know nothing of its existence, and that it is Daeren who's in danger, not the entity itself. Otherwise, there is no knowing what may happen. I don't want to give the adversary any chance to outmaneuver us. This case will be my greatest triumph or my greatest failure, but I firmly believe that it must be done. Remember my words, the Other must be convinced that we're threatening the Count, and that we know nothing of its existence. The slightest suspicion could be fatal for us. Until we meet again, Commander, may the gods be with us. You grown again. I'm prettier too, aren't I? And I'm big enough to carry you now. My dragon friends back in Elysium will be so jealous. Oh, right, for Arushalae. Do you remember when I asked you about your dream? You said you wanted to learn how to bake bread. Could you tell me more about that? Is this for Arushalae? Uh-huh. I can see you. You can come out now. Anivia smiles at a half-hidden succubus bashfully emerging from her hiding place. Now isn't that better? Anyway, back to bread. Anivia sighs pensively, her eyes gazing into the distance. I crawled through the marshlands, I scrambled over rooftops, I waded through sewers, I spied, I tracked, I killed. And that memory was the thing that kept me going. When I was sitting up to my eyeballs in gore, or dragging myself through the slums with an arrow in my side, I remembered the smell of that bread, the crunch of the crust, how it burned my little fingers. I remember how happy I was back then. Commander, have you thought about what you'll do after we win? I mean, once we smashed the demons, closed the world wound, and hung up our weapons? What then? I know my war will be well and truly over the morning I get up, mix a dough, put it in the oven. I'm gonna sit there and watch it rise. And then the smell of fresh bread will wake up Irabeth, and she'll come into the kitchen. I'll break her off a steaming, fragrant piece. That's when I'll truly know in my gut that the crusade's over, that our peaceful life has begun. Arushalae listens to Anivia with rapt attention. When Anivia finishes, the succubus is silent for a long time, then briskly wipes her eyes. Thank you, Anivia. Desna bless you. I think I understand now. I think I truly understand. Arushalae turns to you. You see a sparkle of hope in her eyes again. Something that's been missing ever since your last visit to the world of dreams. Stardust, we need to go there again. To the dream world. Now I know how to solve the riddle. Please come speak to me in private as soon as you can. Not waiting for your answer, Arushalae walks away. Anivia watches the demon go. Desna teaches that everything we do in our waking hours begins in our dreams. I wonder what my dream helped her understand. But whatever it was, may the goddess watch over her. Arushalae's dream seems even darker and emptier than before. The smell of smoke and ash lingers in the cold air. You can't see the nightmare, but you can feel it watching you from the dark. The succubus approaches the table reverently, as if approaching a holy altar. Then she hesitates. When Desna asked me, "What do you dream of?" I didn't know anything about dreams. I've been trying to imitate mortals, but I never really understood what I was doing. I filled my dreams with so many things, but now I understand why they all burn so easily. They were not real dreams, but how should I put it? Mortals don't actually dream about objects. They dream about ideas. Filling my dreams with those items was like stealing a road sign from its stake, and then claiming I had an entire town in my hands. Anivia isn't really dreaming about the loaf of bread. Her dream is a whole new life. A life where there's no war. A life where she lives in her own house and bakes her bread for her beloved. I'm sure that if I asked anyone about the things are stored here, they'd tell me why those things are in their dream worlds. The worlds where they find happiness. I guess if you want, I can try to help you understand your dreams. Yes, you may be the only one who can. I don't think anyone in the universe knows me better than you. This table didn't burn because it is part of my true dream, a part of the world where I am happy. Now I just have to find out what this world looks like. Arushalae closes her eyes. The world of my dreams is so close, I can almost see it. Almost. Oh, there's the shadow. A teapot is on the table. Arushalae whispers quietly. You can barely hear her words, but as she speaks, the world changes around you. The smell of smoke and ash is replaced by a fragrant aroma of freshly brewed tea. The teacups are full, and steam is rising from them. There's a spot of spilled jam. Cookie crumbs. I must have baked cookies. Oh hey, look at that. A bunch of food. Nightmare spawn. Planning to drink some tea. A hissing voice full of bitter hatred can be heard in the darkness. You used to drink souls before. How many living souls did you kill, you fiend? How many did you torture to death? You don't deserve a life like this. I've done many terrible things. Arushalae's voice is quiet but firm. I ruined many lives, and I'll be paying for that as long as I live. I will fight until we close the world wound, and even after that. As long as there is evil on Galarian. But I will not give up on my dream. Whatever it is. Without it, I won't have the strength to fight. Arushalae stops to catch her breath. These nightmares will never leave me alone. I know that I deserve them, but it's so hard to fight them off over and over again. I guess, are you feeling alright? I am, I guess. As much as I can be in the current situation. Let's continue. Oh, there's another one. Arushalae closes her eyes again. Surrounding the table, I see a house. A large, spacious kitchen. A ray of sunlight coming in through the window. The branches of apple trees swaying outside. Oh, dang! That is big. You want to have a house of your own? My venomous butterfly? De Malchio's charred, ghostly face is twisted with hatred. You deprived me of my home twice. First you took Elysium from me, then I found myself a new refuge in the Abyss, but you destroyed that too. Now you dare to dream of have a house of your own? I have wronged you badly, and I feel guilty. I'm not trying to make excuses. There's nothing I could say that would excuse what I've done. But you are dead, De Malchio. I will never forget you, but I will not let you take my life. Arushalae looks pale as she wipes the sweat and tears from her face. You're so close to finding your dream, you're almost there. Yes, I want to see it through to the end. a kitchen, a teapot, and who's sitting at the table? Look, that's me. Oh yeah, there you are. And there's you. We're chatting, laughing. You're holding my hand with such tender affection. Oh, I don't have armor. How am I holding your hand if I'm across? So this is my dream. All this time, my dream has been about you. About a house that we could call our own. About friendship. No, about love. And maybe even a family. Family. Isn't that the word mortals use to describe the people who fill them with happiness? The people they love and can't live without? You can't be happy, you scum. You don't deserve happiness. The nightmare hiss grows into a deafening roar. I will be happy. She looks the monster straight in the eye. Do whatever you want to me, but my dreams are mine forever. The monster is gone, and all is peaceful once more.
I just want to live here, in the world of mortals, with you. I have solved the goddess's riddle. This is my true dream.
Holy cow, we got dialogue. The smell of freshly baked cookies wafts through the air, and steam rises from cups of hot, fragrant tea that have been set out on the table. Arushalae gazes around her longingly. You have never seen her so happy. Oh, she has butterflies too now.
I love you. Will you be with me? Will you share my dream?
Arushalae's slender body is bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and for a moment, she is completely surrounded by hundreds of fluttering butterflies, blue butterflies. She stares at you with shining eyes. How do you feel?
I've never felt better. Everything that I hated about myself is gone. I look at you and I don't feel hunger. I don't want to kill. All the unholy cravings I experienced as a demon, they're all gone. Now I just want to be happy, to live and to love.
Wait, so you're not a demon anymore? What's going on? What's happening?
Freedom. Finally, after all these years, I can feel it. The Abyss has released me from its clutches. I have solved Desna's riddle and have found my dream. I have found you. I am not a monster anymore.
So your touch no longer drains the life of others?
No. I am not a monster anymore. Not a predator, not a weapon. Just a woman, like any other female mortal.
Arushalae looks down at her slender fingers. Slowly, apprehensively, she reaches out to touch you. You feel the warmth of her soft skin as she gently strokes your hand. Wow, what the heck? So, did Desna like take away the demon part of her? That's crazy. That she no longer has like the, I guess the parts of the succubus? Like she could basically touch now. She looks at you timidly. Her trembling lips are parted slightly, and her breath is uneven. You know exactly what she wants and what she is afraid to say. Oh, you can break the relationship here, huh? Wow. A home together. I would fight the entire Abyss to make this dream come true.
We will never be afraid again. Let the Abyss be afraid. It fears and loathes everything it fails to understand. I know how demons think. They'll do everything they can to destroy us, because now they are more afraid of us than anything else in the world.
Her lips tremble slightly, but she returns your kiss eagerly. She is being careful, gentle, trying not to hurt you. However, once she realizes that you remain unharmed, her timidity gives way to desire. The former succubus has long shown incredible restraint, suppressing her passions for years. But now, as her lips meet yours, she holds nothing back.
This is our happiness, our dream, an Elysium of our own.
The scent of flowers hangs heavy in the air, and a jubilant melody fills your ears. Arushalae kisses you again and again as she whispers. The succubus has succeeded. The abyss-born demon has severed her ties with cosmic evil. The dream world fades away, but Arushalae is still in your arms. The kiss you shared in the wait, Avu, why are you here? You weren't here before. Also, Epona's position's kind of weird. The kiss you shared in the dream now continues reality. She presses up against you, and you can feel the heat of her body beneath her clothes. Do you want more?
I want everything. Everything I've never known before. Everything I've been waiting to experience for so long.
Now you can do whatever you want. Arushalae's whole body shivers with expectation at your touch. You feel the heat of her fingers as she intertwines them with your own. So what happened exactly? Like, the demon part is gone now? Huh. Take Arushalae to your private study. Let's go somewhere no one will bother us.
Yes. Let's go.
As soon as you close the door of the study, the two of you fall into each other's arms, and time ceases to exist. You explore every inch of her skin and her body. Once an instrument of torture and murder, becomes a vessel overflowing with tenderness and joy. When she reaches the peak of pleasure, you smell the fragrant flowers from her dream. As she moans in delight, the room becomes a garden, filled with the wondrous plants of Elysium.
As a succubus, well, I've done plenty of things in my lifetime. But what we just did was unlike anything I've ever experienced. It was the first time I've ever felt love and tenderness. I was so worried that my dream world was the only place I would find redemption. I was afraid that when I returned to reality, I would be a bloodthirsty monster again. But you taught me to see the difference between dreams and reality. The difference between thoughts and deeds. You showed me the importance of the real world. When I took the first steps on this path to redemption, I spent so much time living inside my own head. But you changed that. You introduced me to the mortal world. You made me a part of your life. And together, we have accomplished so many amazing things.
Really? What did I do?
So many things. There are too many to name. For instance, I was so afraid of returning to the 10,000 Delights. I knew that I was bound to meet some of my old acquaintances there. But you protected me from them. You didn't let them knock me off balance. In the slums of Elusioniera, I told you about my time in the city. I shared the one good memory I had of Elusioniera, and you showed me how to turn that simple memory into a good deed. Did my actions make a difference? Did I help that small demon in any way? I don't know. But you taught me how easy it is to bring a small measure of hope and goodness into the world, and how much joy can be found in a single act of kindness. You see now? If it hadn't been for you, I would still be lost in my fears, illusions, and doubts.
Man, that was just random events too. I wasn't like part of a story cutscene. When we're together, what does it feel like?
Feels like freedom. Impossible, indescribable freedom. I can give myself fully to you, and I'm not afraid that you'll hurt me. When I reach for you, I know my touch will bring you happiness. If the demons could feel what I feel with you, even for a moment, they wouldn't want to be controlled by anger and selfishness for another second. They think they have achieved true freedom, but they don't know what true freedom means.
These flowers, what are they?
They're the flowers of Elysium. But how did they get here? Perhaps it's a gift from the goddess. Or perhaps our happiness summoned them into our world. All I know is that it's a miracle. I can't explain how these flowers appeared, but I believe that they're a good omen, a sign of new life.
I don't want to leave. I want to stay here with you.
I know, I feel the same. But the real world is waiting for us. So big, and yet so fragile. We'll save it. Together. And then we'll come back here. To a place as real as our happiness. We'll return to our very own Elysium.
So we can stay here a little longer, can't we? She says nothing but leans in for a kiss. Aw. So I'm pretty sure we heard about angels falling into like temptation, like going to the devil, not devil, but evil. But I think this is the first time in the game we've seen a demon redeem themselves, right? No more fear, just freedom and happiness. How do I
We should move.
like, does this show anything about this? Oh, here we go. This was the quest, right? The impossible happened. Arushalae succeeded in changing her evil nature. The demon is no longer... Oh yeah, she's not a demon. And as the goddess portended, Arushalae found her salvation in the world of dreams. Free after centuries of oppressive evil, she is in no doubt of the Crusaders' victory. For how could her side lose a battle with the Abyss now, when she's already defeated it in her own heart? A demon who has overcome their evil nature is such a rare occurrence that most people don't even believe in their existence. The path of ascension is long and thorny. Before truly achieving virtue, a demon spends many years in spiritual search and repentance between good and evil, every moment risking to fall back into the depths of sin. An ascending demon loses most of their demonic powers, which helps them to battle the temptation to return to their old ways, but also leaves them vulnerable to retaliation from other demons, who loathe the idea of a rebellion against evil. Oh, wow. I like her storyline. It's very sweet. Like, she's a very sweet character. You tried to change your nature and succeeded. How does it feel? I feel reborn. I'm a whole new person now, and the world around me seems remade too. It was always hunt or be hunted for me. I never wanted to be the one who hunts, yet I am a predator by nature, so I had to restrain myself all the time to avoid destroying everything around me. I had the eyes of a monster, and they could only see pain and suffering. I couldn't even imagine that there were so many wonderful, beautiful things in the world. I'm still unable to understand many of them, but I will change and will come to understand everything. What's going on with your nightmares? Do they still haunt you? Yeah, they do, and that's how it should be. I myself have changed, but my past will haunt me forever. All the things that I did. I have lots of debt to pay. I have no right to forget them, and my nightmares won't allow it. The answer to Desna's riddle turned out to be surprisingly simple. Yeah, but it's not about the answer itself at all. What if someone told me something like, Arushalae, you need friends, at the very beginning of my journey? Of course I needed them. This revelation would not have helped me at all back then. It took me several decades of haphazard wandering in order to understand how dreams work and what I should do with them. The answer was simple, yeah, but this journey was the actual lesson the goddess wanted to teach me. Now we know that you can love like we mortals do. How does it feel? She blushes. Blushes. This feeling is wonderful, yet terrifying. This is why demons are unable to fall in love. Their evil turns them into cowards. To love someone is to open up to the other person, to trust them completely. It means lowering all your shields, knowing that your beloved won't hurt you. Now I understand. She smiles. Now I love you. Aww. Shall we spend some time in private? She takes her palm in her hand and brings it to her lips and gives it a light kiss, accompanied by a tender smile. Let's go. I thought I knew about everything there was to know about carnal pleasures. Turns out, I'm only just starting to learn. This is too wonderful. I think I'm about to cry now. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh. I see them. Look, they're there. A demon. And Toyo's there too? Standing right in front of him? She doesn't seem scared at all. Oh, that is a big demon. Wow, even the one in the back. Bring them to me. Lord Baphomet will be pleased, especially after he sees the blood of the apostates. Yes, almighty Thaskarod. Did you really think you could just walk away from the cult? You belong to us forever. No one will save you now. Not gods, not people, not even your weak little preacher. These poor Templars continue to serve Baphomet. They do so many terrible things and don't understand they can stop at any time. They still don't understand even when people who manage to mend their ways are standing right in front of them. They must be very stupid. Let's go over there, Stardust. Hurry! The Redeemed Knights can't hold out for long. They need our help. And these stupid Templars. How can I make them see they are wrong? Oh, she's all the way up there. Stop! The elf's sonorous voice echoes over the battlefield. All present Crusaders, Templars, even demons, lower their weapons and turn to her in surprise. Listen to me. I was born the year this war began. I knew nothing about it, but my father told me that good people were going on a crusade to save the world from demons. So we went too. Then my father died, and it wasn't demons who killed him. He was killed by some good knights who thought we were cultists. Stupid, right? Ahaha. Oh wait, that's depressing, man. Ember laughs, but tears roll down her cheeks. Wow. Since then, I've watched for many years good people die stupidly in this stupid war. They die from disease, from hunger, from weapons. They kill each other because demons order them to, or out of suspicion or out of fear. Meanwhile, demons keep coming for here from the abyss, and what do they get? A scrap of a wasteland and then a quick death at the end of a Crusader's sword. The Whirlwind has brought no good to anyone. Not the Crusaders, not the cultists, not the demons. So let's close it, all together, and finally end this war. Don't listen to this mortal fool. Bring me her head. I guess it's say what she said. We don't have to fight, demon. Repent and come to our side. Don't be ridiculous. Come on. Does anyone need me to repeat my orders? I'll devour the soul of anyone who dares raise a weapon against me. And I'll start with the traitors. I will no longer serve you. Curse you and your Baphomet. Down with Baphomet. Down with the Templars. If we die today, we die as Crusaders. I'll devour your bodies and souls, and I'll start with this little piece of fluff. With a baleful glare at Ember, the demon raises his hand, and a ball of ghostly flame starts to form between them. Whoa! Okay. Nocticula, get your paws off her, you scaly filth. Emerging out of nowhere, Nocticula moves a finger, and the demon starts writhing in pain. She glances around the battlefield with interest. So what do we have here? The preaching of a barefoot little beggar stops a battle, makes sinners repent, and turns demons to the side of good? How very interesting. I confess, girl. Your words failed to impress me in Lushinria, but your deeds, they are intriguing. The demon lord glances at the redeemed demons. Hey, you rebels, what does this mean? Do you fear this tiny mortal more than Baphomet, Iscari, and all other demons of the abyss who will be displeased by your betrayal? No, lady in shadow. The voice of the demon is quiet, but firm. We are not afraid of her, or them. We are no longer afraid of anything. We've been afraid our entire lives, but this mortal girl has healed our fear. The Babao. Kill us if you want, but we will no longer follow anyone's orders. The demon frowns, expecting a punishment that never comes. They're saying this to one of the 3 demon lords. Whoa. Nocticula looks at you thoughtfully. It's not often I come across things I do not understand. Would you be so kind to explain what this girl thinks she's doing? I mean, yeah, no? She already explained everything to you. Remember what she said to you the last time you met? I recall a great deal of crying and sniffling, with some incoherent rambling between the sobs. What exactly was that supposed to explain to me? You there, child. What is this all supposed to mean? How do you make these hardened scoundrels, these blasphemers, and murderers with blood dripping from their hand repent? What makes even a demon who scarcely crawled out of the abyss take your side? The Redeemer Queen, hello. Okay. Thank you for protecting me. Ember smiles and waves at Nocticula, who recoils. Why are you asking? You already know the answer. You're just afraid to accept it. Don't be afraid. What nonsense! First, don't you dare call me by that idiotic nickname. Second, I'm afraid of nothing. Third, please do not think of me as your personal bodyguard from now on. The only reason I didn't allow him to burn you was because I wanted to understand what's going on here, and interrogating a pile of ashes would be a trifle inconvenient. You don't seriously think your sickly sweet whining would make me relinquish my Demon Lord throne, do you? You already know the answer, Redeemer Queen. I see you are not the same as you were in the Purple City. You changed. The name that is all unholy. The demoness rolls her eyes. What was I thinking? What kind of answers could I expect from this feeble-minded creature? Why did you come here? I asked myself the same question. I think I want to understand why hardened murderers and bloodthirsty demons suddenly started eating out of this insane beggar's hand. But what's the use in trying to understand the ravings of a lunatic? The only reward for my curiosity was a headache. How'd you know what was going on here? I have eyes. Oh yeah, that's true, I guess. I have eyes everywhere, and I keep a close watch on you and your gang. I knew it! You sent your friends to look after me and keep me from harm. I had a feeling they were protecting me. Protect you? Who do you think you are, you mortal idiot? If you want, go ahead and jump off this cliff head first. I won't lift a finger to save you. But you already saved me, just now. For the first and last time in his short, meaningless life. So that's your new nickname, Redeemer Queen? The next person who calls me that risks becoming acquainted with my collection of torture implements. Since you're already here, perhaps you could help us with the battle? Yeah, I don't think she will. As if. Do your own fighting. With a snort, Nocticula disappears. Ember claps her hand. Good queen. Oh my god. She is really pushing it. Good queen. She pretends not to understand, but she understands everything. Her laughter is interrupted by the growl of the demon who has finally recovered. Looks like everyone's brains have already melted. Doesn't matter. I alone am strong enough to devour you all. Glory to Baphomet. Death to the mortals. I'm surprised you still want to fight after seeing one of the 3 demon lords protect this little girl.
It all worked out so strangely.
Oh.
We've killed many people. We've saved many people. These knights came here to kill each other, but instead, they became friends. Everyone is praising me, but I know I did nothing special. I just reminded them of something they already knew. And those demons, back in the Purple City, they laughed at my words, but I saw they were listening. I believed they would one day remember my words and understand them. And it happened. If humans can stop being evil, so can demons. Even demon lords like the Redeemer Queen.
This is a weird day. Like, today, Arushalae has redeemed herself. And now here's another group of demons trying to redeem themselves. So you think Nocticula is on the path to good?
Of course. She is very proud. She'd never say it out loud. But I see that she has changed. You know, I pray to the demon lords every day and ask them to come to their senses. Daskari and Baphomet don't listen to me, but she's different. I know she hears everything. Maybe one day, not soon, but one day, she will get out of the abyss.
Huh. What will happen to the Brotherhood?
Their numbers will increase. They will be joined by new people who have mended their ways. Good people who still think they have been abandoned and have no choice but to be evil. They'll help each other get out of the abyss. And they'll defeat those who have chosen to stay there. The redeemed knights want me to go with them, to teach and guide them. But I'll stay where I'm needed most, with you. These good knights think they need me, but they managed even when they believed I was dead. My words have shown them the right path, and that's good. Now they can save each other and themselves without me.
How did you manage? I mean, I think legit is she's just talking and I don't know. I don't think she used like magic or whatever. I think legit is she just talked and here we are.
They weren't really cultists. They were good people who just got confused and started to think they cultists. I just reminded them who they really are.
Well, another battle's behind us. It's time to prepare for the ones ahead.
Wait, what do you think? About me? About these nights? About everything that's happened?
Yeah, let's do good. They are right to call you Saint Ember and Ember the Righteous.
Now you're saying that too. But I know I'm entirely ordinary. You've always been there for me. When I was scared and when I was doubtful, you supported me. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be long dead. Thank you.
Aww. That's cute. Litor plays his role perfectly. He stands before the improvised place of execution, formidable and emotionless, like the living embodiment of inescapable retribution. Commander, I am glad to see you held up your end of the deal. The Mendev Inquisition thanks you. We will take custody of the criminal now. It's hard to read anything on Daeren's face. My, what a curious installation. Count Arende, the Mendev Inquisition finds you guilty of treason, criminal links to demonic cults, orchestrating the murder of several of the citizens, country citizens, who were killed and decapitated by you and your accomplices in Canabras, and range of other places. I, Litor Hawkblade, Inquisitor of the Exterminator of the demonic blight, by the grace of the Inheritor, have been authorized to carry out the sentence. Death by fire. With the permission of the Commander, we will begin. Daeren darts a glance at you, seemingly lost for words. Yeah, looks like he didn't suspect anything. Let's bluff. Which, yeah, we're good. Lie. I never really cared about you. I'll hand you over to the Inquisition without a second thought. Bluff check. The Inquisitor, who seems to be listening to something only he can sense, gives you a subtle nod. It appears everything is going as planned. The rest of your companions exchange bewildered glances, but keep watching without a word, understanding that something unusual is about to happen. Yeah, literally no one in our party understands what the hell is happening right now. Because this entire thing, like events, has just been between Hawkblade and me. Since we couldn't let the other know. Daeren seems shaken by your words. He looks away for a moment, then asks with a feigned glee. Burning at the stake, A trifle old-fashioned. I thought you'd offer something a little more sophisticated for your noble clientele. But what interests me most is what your role is in all this, Stardust. Bluff. My role? I was the one who reached out to the Inquisition and asked them to investigate you. Like a fool, you followed me, yet all the while, I knew I would soon throw you to the church's slavering hounds. Litor's face expresses undisguised approval. He shifts his stance, readying himself to fight. Anger flares up in Daeren's eyes, but he immediately hides it behind a mask of indifference. Such a highly commendable act by such a truly decent person. Wouldn't you agree, Commander? Litor stands motionless like a statue. He stares at you expectantly, as if asking your permission to continue. Let's keep bluffing. You're not my friend nor my ally. You're just a bargaining chip, and I'll have forgotten you entirely by the time the first of your blackened ashes are carried off by the winds of the Worldwound. Litor gives a barely perceptible nod. A circle of runes start to glow faintly at his feet. I see no point in going along with this drama any longer. Daeren's voice drips with venom, the most contemptuous smile imaginable flashing on his lips. I have no desire to entertain you, and your friend, Commander. Feel free to do what you planned. I hope your attempt to rid the world of Daeren Arende will not lead to any unforeseen incidents. He's threatening us with the other. With a blank face, the Inquisitor raises the torch. Let justice be served. There's a palpable shift in the surrounding. Everything seems to tremble, like in the moment before a thunderstorm. There are no bolts of lightning or rolls of thunder, but the sensation of something malicious, enraged and bewildered, rings through the air. We did it, Commander! It's coming! Right into our trap! Alright, I guess we're dropping the facade. The scream of a dozen soundless voices, but powerful, drills into your ears and resounds over the land. The ritual circle drawn by the Inquisitor flares to the life.
We should move.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, we need turn-based. Oh, wow. That's the other? A sudden silence falls over the battlefield. It is accompanied by the sensation of sinking into deep water. Slowly and inevitably, the surface grows further and further away. The darkness grows deeper and deeper around you, and below is nothing but a bottomless black. Voices sound inside your head. No, not voices. Images, ideas. Deal. The blackness seems to extend its hand, a vague extremity, an open palm. Deal. Let go of us. An agonizing yearning for freedom grows through you, piercing your entire self. It comes from without, but you feel it as your own. Reward. You get reward. Power. Away. We will go. Away. The old door is closing. We will step back. A picture of Daeren's severed head, dripping with blood, appears before your eyes, looking eerily real. What are you? A stream of feelings and images crashes upon your mind. They cannot be described in any language you know. You can only sense the general shape of them, the direction, the aftertaste, space, void, death, infinity, journey, escape, hunger, over and over, hunger. So this thing right now is not, I mean, I guess this isn't the actual visual representation of it. From what it sounds like in all the dialogue, the other is like kind of formless. What do you want? Secret. Keep the secret. Door. Close the door. A desperate desire to break free from the trap and escape lances through your mind and heart. No, man. You need to go. I want to save my friend. You will die. The feeling of sinking into the depths is replaced by the sensation of a whirlpool rolling around you. Death. Freedom. Freedom. Death. Here we go. Daeren wraps his arms around himself for a moment, clutching at his shoulders. With a slightly crazed look in his eyes, he surveys the area. His gaze never resting on anything in particular. His lips move, but no sound comes out. At last, the Count says, "It's over." I hope it is. The commander and I spared no effort to home in on this entity, then lure it into a trap. I assume now you understand the real reason behind everything we put you through, Count. I'm especially proud of my overly ruthless Inquisitor speech. I like you, sir, not so ruthless Inquisitor. 'Tis a real shame that I shall have to kill you? What? Daeren, what? Well, Daeren is speaking in a strange manner, apparently marveling at the sound of his own voice, tasting each word on his tongue. Either that, or the Inquisition will grip me by the throat and finally execute me, unless they decide to lock me up in some closed facility for clerics and mages that would look suspiciously like a prison. He remains calm, and despite the heavy toll of combat and the threat to his life. Count, you are without a doubt guilty of being in contact with a vile entity from beyond and of concealing signs of its presence in Mendev and the Crusade. That makes you an accomplice to all the crimes committed by this other, whatever it is. Of course, Mendevian justice in all its glory. Yeah, but he had no choice. It is my duty to pass your case to the Inquisition Tribunal, but I am certain that the judges will take into consideration your youth and the extreme circumstances under which you first encountered the entity, and they will treat you with leniency. I seriously doubt that the death sentence will even be raised as a possibility, but... Count, can you still use your abilities as an oracle? What? What does that have to do with... You can. I'm positive of it. I know how abilities like yours work. Unlike clerics, you do not gain your power by choice. You do not choose your destiny. You are simply chosen. The other, whatever it was, chose you. You became its gateway, thus acquired your power. Now it is dead, but this power still remains with you. That means that the gateway wasn't sealed with the death of its creator. Hence you, Count, are an open road into the unknown, where these horrible head-collecting entities come from. You remain a threat. You remain a threat, and this means that there's a high probability that the tribunal will decide to send you to a closed asylum where you will remain under the church's supervision for the rest of your life. Do I get a say in this? Your achievements are great, Commander. Perhaps the Inquisition's tribunal will listen to your arguments, but I can't promise anything. I mean, I don't think he knows. Daeren, do you have anything to say about the gateway and all the other things he talked about? He licks his lips nervously. Of all those assembled here, I may know the least about these creatures and what they were trying to do with me. I was simply instructed to keep my mouth shut. Otherwise, the next severed head would be my own. So I said nothing. I've been saying nothing for 10 long years, while they used me to come and go from this world as they pleased. I don't know how it works. I don't know if there is some road inside me, or where it may lead. There's gotta be another way to resolve this. Another way? I'm afraid there's no such way, Commander. Don't make me sacrifice my principles. I'll never do that. The only thing I can say is that the tribunal's verdict, no matter what it will be, will most probably not be carried out as long as active hostilities continue in the crusade. But after they are over, we will have to step in. Oh, so this is like after the campaign, huh? Actually, there is another way. You can't kill me right here and now. Daeren chuckles, then waves his hand and rubs his eyes tiredly. I'm not joking, and I'm not being overdramatic. I'm not going to that damn tribunal, and I am not going to any damn asylum. This life, so-called life, they have prepared for me is everything I have hated with a little extra on top. I would not be able to live like that. I never even want to try. I would much prefer to take one final breath as a free man than to live decades with a noose around my neck. Oh man, dude. I don't like any of these. I don't like any of these choices. I don't want to kill Hawkblade. We've been through so much together ever since discovering the other. And Daeren I don't want to kill. I like him. It has to be this one. Okay. Agree to hand Daeren over to the Inquisition Tribunal. Fine. The Tribunal it is. Daeren looks over you, then light Litor, then at you again. His fingers tremble a bit. I think I've met my limit. I've met my limit for excitement for one day. First, I thought I had been betrayed most cruelly, and I was being saved most heroically. Now I'm back to being betrayed again. Ugh. The Inquisitor nods curtly at the Count, then gives you a polite bow. Commander, I am more grateful to you than words can express. You have rid the world of a dark entity, and that is priceless. In any other situation, I would have insisted that the Count be immediately extradited to Mendev, but I will not, out of my immense respect for you and your mission. I will go to Neocean myself and pass the Count's case to the Tribunal. The sentence, whatever it is, will be carried out later. And now, I bid you farewell. Just wonderful. Daeren avoids looking at you in the eye. I've been granted a little more time to keep fighting heinous demons in the most heinous region of Galarian, so that I may be incarcerated afterward. Can we finally leave this place? It unsettles me. Why did you mention freedom?
Because it is a beautiful dream that will never come true. At least not for me. 10 years held captive by entities from the beyond, followed by decades more in captivity under pious priests. But I'm not complaining. Everything comes at a price. Today, I am the one being sacrificed. Tomorrow, it will be something or someone else.
I have so many questions for you. How about the other and more?
Let's postpone this conversation till we are back at camp or somewhere else safe. Apologies, but I'm too exhausted now to talk about it. First, I need to convince myself that it's all over.
Alright, let's go.
There's one last thing I'd like to tell you before we go. Even though things didn't work out particularly in my favor, I am still grateful to you.
Ugh.
At least I am no longer haunted by a host of entities from places unknown. This is more than I deserve, and you have shown me more care than anyone else ever has. Ugh, I can almost feel my teeth rotting with every saccharine word. There, I'm finished. We can go now.
Oh, I did. I went left and they were right there to my right. Indeed, early sunset is nearby. He stands there as if he'd been waiting for you. His insinuating voice starts speaking in your head. So we meet again. I want to continue the conversation we started in the Abyss. But first I want to ask you a simple question. Do you want to remain as you are now? After all, there are so many other possibilities before you. Well, we did perception. I can see you're lying, trying to lure me into a trap. It won't work. The devil's voice instantly grows bored. Well, the subtle method didn't work, so let's try another way. Open your soul to hell? A will check. Terrifying power rings in the devil's words. It almost drives you to your knees. But with an incredible effort of willpower, you manage to stay on your feet. Oh, there he is. Oh, whoa, what happened to everyone here? I was looking for a more elegant way to seal the deal, but it seems like we'll have to resort to brute force.
We will be victorious.
What? What? We're fighting them right now? Oh, okay. Well, crap. My team is there because I went that way. Shit, crap. So why is there no music? That's kind of weird. This is so weird that there's no music. Isn't this a big deal? Holy cow. Wow. Okay. You changed the terrain. That's neat. Okay. So what happens now? Oh, we got music back. Yay. The Archdevil seems amazed, but not humiliated. Defeat? I've almost forgotten how it tastes. And let me tell you this. You can kill me now, but you cannot kill me for good. Archdevils, like demon lords, are reborn in their realms if they are killed elsewhere. Of course, there are ways to finish off a creature like me, but I doubt they are within your reach. Then go back to hell and never again stand in my way. Well, I can't promise that. I will only say you are unlikely to see me again in 100 years or two. I have other matters to attend to. When the devil disappears, it seems as if some invisible dam crumbles inside you. Ooh, doubt. And the chains shackling your powers fall away. The power rises inside you like an unstoppable surging wave. Arushalae stretches and spreads her wings. The devil is gone, and we are free from his pernicious influence. I feel I feel like flying. I think we must be in a fairy tale. What we just saw was a real magic. Not just some arcane spell, but real. Did I have to leave Cheliax only to face the machinations of the devil here? Here in the World Wound? But hell will remember the lesson you taught him. I don't know anyone else in the entire world who could have done the same thing you just did, Stardust. Your accomplishments are amazing. Our most esteemed Stardust. You yourself are amazing. I can't recall ever seeing a mortal who could change so much, and yet blossom like a flower on a young shoot. The mimic. You beat Hornhead. It was worth becoming a Crusader just to see that. Who else of our kin has ever seen such a thing? Avu. Man, Avu, you're covered in blood. Hooray, Stardust. This nasty devil kept bothering you, but you only became stronger, better, and cuter. Oh, thanks, man. Hee. So what the hell happens now? Whoa! I got wings! The description is still the same. I can change my portrait too. I still want to be me. Matrix Ola Devara. A delicate cough draws her attention. Matrix Ola, the impulsive alchemist, appears relaxed and an unusually calm expression on her face. Forgive me for distracting you, Commander. The situation with early sunset was most unusual. Oh, those devils. Why couldn't they wait patiently for you to deal with the mutual enemy of the Abyss? No, they had They had to interfere, as if we couldn't survive without their precious opinion. Well, yeah, he saw my strength grow, and that's likely why he decided to attack. From what I know, this particular devil, he may not have initially planned to attack you, but was trying to find a way to confuse and subdue you. But he lost his patience and gave up. Ha! So typical of their kind. In any case, Commander, I decided to speak with you on this special occasion. Recently, you've been visited by all manners of entities. You've hosted guests from Hell, the Abyss, and Heaven. I guess that's true. I thought you should know that we of Elysium are also here. It's not our way to show up in the Pillar of Light and pressure someone to accept us as their mentor. The Plane of Freedom knows how to respect freedom, especially the freedom of mortals who follow their own path. But we've always been near. We sent little Avu to you, and we watched out for you and encouraged you as best as we could. It doesn't matter who or what was the original source of your power. What matters is where your heart calls you. All roads are open before you now, and no one can tell you where they lead. But that's for the best, no? A road heading into the unknown, with countless discoveries ahead. Something tells me that among these roads may be the one that leads to a destiny much more exciting than even the most powerful Azatas. Now, unfortunately, I must take my leave. The end of the war is near, and you have everything you need to win. I hope we will meet again someday. Just know that you have friends in Elysium who will be glad to see you, either at a boisterous feast or on a quiet walk through the forest. Oh, whoa! Okay, bye. Huh. That was an Azata. But she didn't look human. She wasn't wrong, though. We've been visited, this entire game, we've been visited by a bunch of different entities from different realms. Wow. I do like this look. Black and blue are cool. Yeah, this map is so tiny compared to the Abyss and the world map. Wow. Man, you remember the Market Square? That's where we saw all those mythic powers the first time. Well, hello, father. Orgus raises his head and stares vacantly at his daughter for several moments. Then he nods and drains his goblet before him in a single huge gulp. You can smell the sour reek of stale alcohol in the air. Hello, Camellia. So you finally came, and you even dragged the commander along. I suspected that you wouldn't come here alone. You know, I've been wondering when you would finally show your face here. Haven't I always taught you that it is extremely impolite to be late for an appointment? Camellia wrinkles her nose in disgust. Papa, you stink. I believe you will forgive me this weakness under the circumstances. And if you don't, you can always leave. I won't stop you. The door is right over there. What did you do after I left for the Abyss? I left Dresden as soon as the Queen took hold of the reins of the government. Of course, I highly respected our dear Galfrey, but it was you I had followed into the crusade, not her. For whatever reason, I do not believe our Queen will succeed in her attempts to defeat the wound. So I moved to Nerostian, while my mansion in Canabras was under renovation. He turns his eye on Camellia and shrugs. But none of that matters anymore, does it? You were expecting us? This isn't a chance meeting? Yeah, what the heck is going on? I feel like I'm the only one who's not in the loop. It was not you I was expecting, although I thought you might have put in an appearance. No, I was waiting for Camellia. Some time ago I received a letter from my beloved daughter, in which she invited me to meet her here at my mansion in Canabras. I came as quickly as I could. I've been here for several days now, waiting for my dearest daughter to arrive. He frowns at you, examining your face. Don't tell me you knew nothing about this meeting. Could it be that my sweet girl has wrapped around her little finger, and she tricked you into coming here to watch the spectacle unfold? That little minx. He gesticulates wildly, spilling half the contents of his goblet on the floor. Well, he's drunk. I came here to help Camellia talk to the spirits. I didn't expect to meet you here. Surprised, were you? As for me, I knew the moment I received her letter why she wanted to meet with me. She wants to talk to the spirits, does she? How can you have spent so much time with my talented daughter without realizing whenever Camellia wishes to talk to a spirit, it always involves murder? I have no idea what kind of spirit she has in that bone trinket, but why would it want so much blood? Orgus takes a huge gulp from his goblet, and immediately refills it again. You do know that Camellia killed 5 people while she lived under this roof, don't you? First, I knew the mentor, an old Varsinian woman. Then 4 more. Well, they were thugs and bandits and murderers. They had it coming, to tell the truth. They broke into the mansion seeking to rob us. That's Canabras for you. A border city with all kinds of riffraff lurking about. My guards caught them, tied them up, and tossed them in the cellar. They never reported the break-in to the authorities. Why bother? Those thugs would have been executed anyway. Erlin always made short shrift of such rabble. Hick. Horgus belches noisily. He absolutely was drunk. But the things Camellia did to them down in the cellar, I never saw it myself. I only heard it. And then later, when I buried their corpses, I felt relieved I was not in their place. Ha! Ha ha ha! She remained silent. Only the sound of her labored breathing indicates that she is still here. Why did you condone Camellia's inclinations? Why did you protect her secret? Why did you cover up the murders? He straightens his back proudly. Camellia is the daughter of Horgus Squirm. A true daughter. My blood. Though I may have concealed that fact from society. Yes, she is special. Unusual. Very sensitive to the world around her. Whose fault is it that the damn spirits drove her insane? I know nothing about spirits. I never talked to them myself. But Camellia, she is naturally gifted. She understands them. She says we have a chance to learn how to close the world wound once and for all. The end justifies the means, doesn't it, Commander? What's a father to do? He sighs heavily. His shoulders slump as if weighed down by a burden he has been carrying for many years. The bloodline of Horgus Squirm cannot be broken, and I have no other heirs. Alright, Camellia, what's going on? She remains silent. You can't see her face, but you hear her breathing, shallow and fast. Her shoulders are rising and falling jerkily. Her right hand is trembling. Camellia, explain! Camellia jolts slightly and turns to you. Her eyes seem to look right through you. Her lips are parted and her rasping breath reminds you of an animal's growl. Her right hand is clutching a thin stiletto that seems to have come out of nowhere. Isn't it obvious? Horgus stands up heavily from the table and approaches his daughter, stumbling a little. She has finally come to take my life. I've been waiting for this moment since the day it all began. I knew it would come. Of course I had hoped that Camellia would placate her spirit somehow, or perhaps that the commander would close the world wound and put an end to all these sacrifices. But it's too late for that now. I'm ready to die. My whole life is a lie. It does not even feel like mine, but someone else's. I did everything I could to ensure that the name of Horgus Squirm would go down in history, and his bloodline would live on. I have had to lie, cover up crimes along the way. Well, the time has come to pay the piper, and if my death helps uncover the secret of closing the world wound, well, it's not the worst way to go. He gulps. But before you do what you came here to do, Camellia, let me reveal my final secret to you. Camellia's voice sounds alien, unfamiliar. It is hoarse, low, like gravel crunching underfoot. Talk. Your mother, Iris, genuinely loved you, Camellia, but after she saw how you killed that pup in the garden, she started to worry about you. It was she who insisted on doctors and psychics and the exorcist. They all examined you, but nothing helped. You kept on killing animals, neighboring cats, stray dogs. You told us stories about the spirits who whispered in your ears. Iris didn't believe you really had a special ability to communicate with the spirits. She didn't think you were gifted, but I did, as if a daughter of Horgus Squirm could be no more than a lunatic. Several years passed like that. Several very grueling years. For Iris more than myself. And then one night, Horgus swallows the lump in his throat. I entered your room and saw Iris leaning over your bed with a pillow in her hands. I pushed her away from you. It was dark. Iris stumbled and hit her head on the corner of the cabinet. I buried her in the garden and planted a flower bed of camellias over her grave. I thank the gods that you remembered nothing of that horrible night. Now you know everything, Camellia. So you killed her mom. It was an accident, but I was prepared to do it, and I will do the same again if I had to. The bloodline of Horgus Squirm cannot be broken. Forgive me, Camellia. Forgive me for keeping you locked away. Forgive me for never acknowledging you as my daughter. Forgive me for depriving you of your mother and never being able to replace her. Now I've said everything. I'm ready. You killed my mother? You decided to tell me that now? Her whisper sounds like a hissing of a venomous snake. Why? To unburden your soul? To show me how you protected me back then? Maybe you're hoping I hesitate before I stab you in your disgusting heart? Or are you trying to make me weep for my mother, the innocent victim? I don't give a damn about her. That bitch wanted me dead and she failed. Good riddance, I say. And I don't give a damn about you either, Horgus Quirm. I don't care about your bloodline or about any excuses you can come up with. Do you really think I couldn't have escaped your mansion if I wanted to? You never acknowledged me as your daughter. 'Twas no skin off my nose. You wanted to marry a noble woman to continue the Quirm line. Well, that was your own affair. You provided for me and didn't try to stop me from communing with the spirits. I never wanted anything more from you. But now I don't need you anymore. I have Stardust, who will protect me and hide me from justice if it comes for me. And as for you, you are just garbage left over from my former life. It's time to dispose of you. The stiletto trembles in her hand. She grips the handle so tight, her knuckles turn white. Oh. I think saying nothing would still end up her killing him. But can I stop her? Let's try it. Camila, stop. She turns her clouded gaze on you. The spirits crave his blood. I crave his blood. Together, we have sealed his fate. I don't know if this is gonna do anything. You shouldn't kill him. No matter what he's done, he is still your father. The stiletto in Camila's hand flies up and freezes in front of Horgus's heart. A moment passes, then another. Finally, Camila exhales loudly and lowers her weapon. Leave. Get out of my life, Horgus Quirm. Horgus opens his mouth to say something, but immediately shuts it without saying a word. He lingers for a moment, then nods briefly and leaves. Well, damn, we actually stopped her. I didn't think we would. It's all over now. I rid myself of my past. I suppose I should feel happy? Why then do I feel so tired? Camila gets to her feet and smooths her tousled hair. It was all over too quickly, don't you agree, my friend? As if something was missing. It's like having sex without climaxing. The end result is naught but exhaustion. Let's have some more fun, shall we? Why didn't you tell me Horgus was waiting for us? She shrugs, a trifle confused. I just did it. Perhaps I wanted to surprise you? Or perhaps I was worried that you'd try to talk me out of it. Well, I guess I did. So you ready to talk to Miria now? No, not quite yet, but don't worry, I shall be ready soon. Just one last step, one final drop. Did Miria really crave the blood of Horgus, or was it you who wanted it? Her gaze sharpens for a moment, but she quickly relaxes. Yes and yes, Miria and I are one. Her desires are my desires. We have become quite inseparable at this point. Alright, what'd you have in mind? Her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper. I want to make up for lost time. To let loose like never before. To celebrate my ultimate liberation. There are awful lots of servants in this mansion. Let's gather them all in the garden and feed Miria with their blood together. You and I. What do you say? I have never done this with another person before. Until now, you have only been an observer. And I want my first time to be with you, my friend. Oh, do we have to? An arrogant expression emerges on Camila's face. What right do you have to tell me what to do? I did not break free from Horgus' tyranny only to surrender to yours. I'm free now, and I shall do as I please. Besides, it is Miria's will. A paltry 10 servants, and we shall be able to get through to her at last. The price is reasonable. Oh. Maybe 5. Damn, man, it's just like the brothel. The thing is, we stopped her from killing Horgus. If I stop her from killing these servants, we might be pushing our luck. We might have to fight her if I pick 4. Let's do 5. Ugh. I'll do it, but only for the sake of closing the world wound. She grants you a happy smile. This will be unforgettable. Have fun. Thanks. Please come here. I have an important announcement from all of you from Lord Gwyrm. Man, I butchered the heck out of that. You are all fired. What? But why? Hardly a surprise. Everyone knows Gwyrm changes his servants from all the time. This can't be. I want to speak with Lord Gwyrm himself. Well, at least get my week's wages. Oh, man. Don't worry. Lord Gwyrm has tasked me with ensuring that everyone is paid in full. No one will leave empty-handed. Dude, I can't believe we even made Epona and Avu.
I suppose we are done here. We certainly had a good time, didn't we?
I don't know about that.
Did you like it, my friend? It was a little different from my usual sacrifices to Maria, but mass murder does have its own appeal. It's wild, primordial, unbridled. You felt it too, didn't you? The exhilaration. You know, I suppose you deserve a confession. I have never said anything like this to anyone before. Are you ready? Steel yourself.
Giving you no time to answer, she stretches her limbs contentedly.
You are the best friend I could ever hope to have. You understand me. You help me. You are the best thing that has happened to me in my entire life.
Well, I'm glad you think so.
You know, now that we're so close, I wish to confess something else to you. Are you ready? There is no Maria. I made her up.
What? Wait, what? Camila takes the amulet from around her neck, stares into the eyes of the bone snake for a while, then turns her gaze on you. So there's no spirit in the amulet. There's just a snake bone amulet. But why?
Isn't it obvious? To have a reasonable explanation for all the murders. So that my protector would be too busy thinking of our bright future to lecture me on morality and decency. I like to kill. I don't simply want it. I need it. It is something deep within me. My desire is like an annoying fly buzzing around a room. One that cannot be seen or swatted away. But the deaths of enemies on the battlefield don't bring me any relief. It comes only with the deaths of those who considered me a friend. The deaths must be unexpected, so that I can see the disbelief and dread in my victims' eyes. But I am a clever girl. I know that society would never condone my unconventional desires. So I invented a nice story that I could feed to those who would protect me from society. As you may have noticed, my lie has worked remarkably well.
So what is the story behind your amulet?
This? Once a snake crawled into our garden. I killed it, gutted it, dried out its bones, and then I told Horgus about Maria and asked him to decorate the amulet with gold and make it into a necklace.
Just a normal snake.
Despite its mundane origins, it is now imbued with magic that hides me from the prying eyes of Iomede's paladins and inquisitors. Daddy Dearest was quite insistent on that point.
Oh yeah.
Clearly, he feared that if I were ever caught, I would reveal all
I forgot
the
about that.
secrets of the Gwyrms to the world.
Yeah, the amulet, I think it legit says when you look at the equipment that it hides the user's alignment.
But now that I'm with you, I have no need of this amulet anymore. Do I? No one would dare lay a finger on a companion of the Crusade Commander.
So where do you draw your power from then?
I draw it from the spirits, just like all shamans do. Spirits surround us. They are everywhere, even within the world wound. Only they never begged me to save them or tried to tell me how to heal Socorus. To be honest, I couldn't care less about Socorus, the world wound, or the Crusade. My sphere of interest lies elsewhere.
Why did you decide to tell me all this now?
Ah, good question. You would have learned the truth sooner or later, you know.
It's true.
I've told you too many stories about Maria. You never would have let the matter lie. Of course, I could have left. Fled in the dead of night, leaving you a farewell note. But...
Yeah, there was that moment, now that I'm thinking about it, there was that moment in the last act, in the Abyss, where she talked about she wanted to go to the brothel to feed Maria. One of the options, because, what was it, perception I think we passed? It said, like, why would Maria want a soul from, like, not from Galarian? Like, why someone from the Abyss?
I like traveling with you, my friend. I like feeling the power you've shared with me. That is why I decided to take the risk and open up to you.
Okay. Well, I guess that's enough.
Is the interrogation over? Good. I was beginning to feel rather bored. So, what is your verdict, my friend?
I could kill her. I hate this. God, I hate this. We're friends, right?
Thank you for hearing me out, for understanding and accepting me. I must confess, I was a little worried about how this conversation would go. I have no more secrets from you, I promise. Provided, of course, that you can still believe my promises.
Have fun. Yay. God damn it. Oh, wait a minute. Is their alignment now visible because of that? Oh, the final drop. The final deception has been exposed. The noble intentions in the name of saving Sarkoris turned out to be nothing but a pretty lie, covering up a bloody truth. And still, the commander forgave this deception. After all, what wouldn't you do for a friend who had traveled such a long road at your side? Camila's calculation proved correct. This is probably the hardest I've had to do, like, decision-wise in a game, I feel like. Like, evil choices. I usually don't do them at all. Like, Fallout, I don't think I've ever done it, besides blow up Megaton. Mass Effect, even the Renegade stuff, I don't ever do anything too crazy. Like, the final choice in Mass Effect 3 for Tachanka, where if you play the game, like, where you have to shoot someone to stop them from doing something. I never did that. Even in the Renegade playthrough, dude. I can't. Oh, man. And I want to do a Dark Urge playthrough in Baldur's Gate 3, too. And my plan for that was doing evil stuff. And, man, if I'm having a rough time with this, how the hell am I going to do that? I can't imagine how I'm going to feel for a Dark Urge, like, evil playthrough. So this is irrelevant for our playthrough, I guess, but I was looking at the trophies for the game, and apparently one of the trophies spoiled something right here. How do I get rid of the HUD? There we go. Yeah, look at Arushalae. This is right when we entered to the Abyss. I guess you can make her evil, and I guess that's her portrait. I don't remember that. I wonder why that showed up, because we never got to the point where she was evil, I think. But right now, I guess the plan is to go to Iz, I think. Like, continue the story. I don't think Iz is a point of no return, because they never mentioned anything like that. Oh.
Is the erstwhile heart of Sarkoris, until it was cleaved in twain. A dead city turned death trap. One who enters may never leave.
Areelu seems lost in thought, her words addressed to no one in particular. She is no longer hiding the gaping wound above her own heart. Which I can't believe that was supposed to be a secret, because that's like the first thing I noticed about her. Actually, no, I think the first thing I noticed about her was the... What is that called? The sextant? The thing she has in her hand? I got a lot of questions, lady.
I wish I could answer them now, but I cannot. Your time is running out. Anamora is about to turn the Temple of Stone manuscripts to dust. If she does not, the one now approaching from the Abyss will. Soon this city may be gone altogether, along with all that it contains.
We don't have to be enemies. Together we could find a different way to close the wound. Save ourselves without sacrificing anyone.
I have tried. I have tried many things to no avail. The wound is in our souls, yours and mine. And if even I, its architect, failed to find a way to be rid of it, or at least halt its harmful influence, then no such way exists. But that is not why I have come. I am here to give you a warning. Listen closely. Dascari knows of your arrival. This entire city is a trap he's set for you. The Reckless Queen was lured here, and I imagine she is rushing headlong toward her own destruction as we speak. Many of your allies are here, and their camp is about to be attacked. The very same camp at which the Reckless Queen left your banner. The Sword of Valor. The city is also home to the Temple of Stone Manuscripts, one of the few surviving arcane libraries in Sarkoris. Some of my research is held there on Dascari's orders, and the Locust Lord's minions are laying waste to it at this very moment. Turn back and you'll lose everything. But if you charge forward, you'll be heading into an ambush. He will let you pass deeper into the city, and then all will descend into chaos. Iz has rotted away. It is steeped in abyssal emanations. Once Dascari breaks through, the consequences will be horrific. Choose then what is more valuable to you, and what you wish to save in time. Your allies and the banner, the Queen, or knowledge itself. Knowledge. It's time. I know this won't be our last meeting, so I will not bid you farewell.
Damn, so I actually have to choose. Oh, you. It's been a while. Commander, is that you? Herlin looks at you with a mixture of suspicion and hope. He whispers a prayer that makes his eye flash with golden light for a moment, then looks you over again from head to toe. Not some evil sorcery, not an illusion, not a trick. It really is you. But how's this possible? It's been half a year since you perished in the Abyss. I'm ever so glad to be out of the Abyss, back on my home plane. But now I'm confronted with this mustachioed misery. I find myself wishing I were back in Areelu Shinria. Neat. Took a lot longer to come from the Abyss, but I have returned. And Presayomde. That is weird now. Like, usually people say Iomde's name in passing, but we actually met her. That's weird now. Enemy forces are approaching. They'll commence the attack at any minute. What? He starts an alarm and looks around for any unseen enemies. His face steeled. Thanks for the warning. You all heard that? We're heading back to camp now. Onward. To the banner. Oh, there's the Queen. You see them from the distance, the gleaming blades and armor shining bright against the ravaged ruins. Your clipped strides betraying both pride and tension.
Everything is prepared for the attack, Your Majesty.
Oh man, this whole place has been voice acted.
Good. Because of the information gathered from the Lexicon of Paradox, we now know that Iz holds a priceless treasure, our enemy's knowledge. We must seize it. Close ranks and be on your guard. There is no telling what awaits us inside the Temple of Manuscripts.
Wait. Galfrey turns toward your voice. One after another, emotions pass over her clear, stern features. Astonishment, disbelief, guilt, and hope.
It can't be! It's the commander!
Irabeth catches herself.
Commander! I'm glad to see you alive.
Galfrey shakes off the daze and almost makes a step forward, toward you, but stops abruptly.
There is much we need to discuss, Commander, but it will have to wait.
We are preparing for an attack. I hope you will join us in battle.
Her voice sounds almost cheerful, yet a furrow appears between her brows.
Why, hello, my dear cousin. We have returned from the abyss. Will you clasp me to your breast as reunited kinsmen should?
Galfrey coldly stares Daeren down and slowly, begrudgingly, gives him a nod of acknowledgement. There's an Aeon. Well, you're going to the library, aren't you?
Before us is the Temple of Stone Manuscripts. I learned about it from the Lexicon of Paradox you brought. It is where the demons keep their knowledge, including Areelu Vorlesh's secrets. This knowledge could prove invaluable to our cause. We must take it.
Oh man, it could be... Tell her that, I guess, like a loyal puppy, or completely... I guess, what would be the phrase? Like, make her even feel more guilty? I can attack her, wow. Nah, let's just do 5. I emerge victorious in the abyss, and his will be no different. The demon's reign will soon crumble.
Your spirit is astounding, Commander.
Wait, yeah, you are. You're just me by the rank you deprived me of.
You are the commander of the 5th Crusade. People would address you so even if I were to sign a decree forbidding it. Some things you just cannot take away. I have tried and failed. One of my many failures in life.
I got questions.
I understand. I promise I shall be sincere as soon as we have vanquished the foe before us. I have been waiting to have this conversation for so long.
I wonder what she does have to say, because we read that letter thanks to the storyteller. And that was like the first time I think we've seen Galfrey waver or falter instead of acting like steadfast as a queen. We should go.
I should like to return something to you.
Oh, the book.
The Lexicon of Paradox. It may be our only key to the mysteries of the wound. One I failed to make use of. And now, onward.
Yay! A taco. Cool. Nice. That was the ancient, like, history we gotta preserve, how to make a taco. I could have told you that. Key crystal. Ooh. Far away from the magical device it likely belongs to. So we have to go back to the laboratory? Galfrey leans on her sword firmly. There's a pensive look in her eyes as the rush of combat dies. I guess let's start with this first off. I read the letter you left for me in Dresden.
It was written in a moment of weakness. I was mourning my friend whom I had treated unfairly. I never even thought you'd find that letter.
Your cheeks redden. The storyteller witnessed your letters past and told me what you were feeling while writing it.
Enough! This is no time to be having such a conversation. We can talk. Afterward. Later. At some point.
What the hell? That's like the first time ever that she lost her composure. She blushes even more. How did the crusade fare in my absence?
Not badly enough to be called a disaster, but not well enough to offer hope. It is as if everything simply shuddered to a halt. So I decided to try to move the sleeping avalanche by bringing my forces here.
I need the truth, my queen. The way you sent me into the abyss raises some questions.
I've been expecting this. This is no time or place for confessions. On the other hand, any fight on the streets of this cursed city could be the last for either one of us. It is better that I open my heart now than later regret not saying what I should have. I have seen many more years than any human is supposed to. I have lived through one lifetime, then another. And all this time, I have been more of a symbol than a living person. 2 words, duty and destiny, fused with my blood, serving as my spine and bones. I forgot how to think outside these notions. You awakened the first human emotions I had felt in a long time, and those emotions were fear and jealousy. Yes, fear of the unknown and jealousy of one who robbed me of my status as the living symbol of the Crusades. I admit it, I do, and I ask for your forgiveness. I sent you into the abyss because I could not fully understand what you were and what to do with you. I hoped that you truly were our salvation, and I was painfully frightened of that being true. That is all I can say.
She really was jealous then. What the heck? Okay. Jeez, we could be crazy bitter. I guess apology accepted? I'm alive.
I am glad. I was worried you wouldn't find it in yourself to understand and forgive me. Thank you.
She looks into your eyes searchingly, then quietly lets out a breath and offers an awkward smile. A few wrinkles on her face move out at once. Why have you come to Iz, and what is it you're trying to accomplish?
This was a desperate push. A desperate attempt to try to change something in this everlasting war. I would not say it was completely aimless. My arcane specialists have long since theorized that fully resolving the matter of the wound would only be possible in its very heart. But we had never come close enough to eyes or threshold to study them thoroughly. That is why I am here, a mad old queen on her last crusade.
Well, I guess we're done here, so I gotta go.
Here is where we must part. I shall catch my breath and begin gathering my people. All that's left of my army.
Hey, Erebeth, can I talk to you?
I'm glad I was.
I want to see Anivia again, and to get away from this darkness. Oh, isn't that this guy?
The hour of reaping comes.
Trap, trap. You are caught in our Lord's trap, mortal. Our brothers and sisters are devouring the camp at your Crusaders' minions at this very moment. Oh, crap. Terendelev, your former protector and now our slave, will never know peace. You will lose everything. 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 Except Asgari's challenge. Oh man, did I finally make progress? Oh, I'm finally here. Oh, this map sucks.
You are bad at pretending to be uninterested, imposter. I know you came down from heaven and even scooped to a conversation with that flighty killer Nocticula, the Crusader goddess, and the Lady in Shadow. So that is how far you are willing to go to be rid of me.
Huh. He's not talking to me right now, right? The Scar's voice carries over the ruined Sarkorian capital. The towering monstrosity is gazing at the gloomy skies of the world moon. He seems to pay no heed to anything around him. The sound of the Scar's voice causes a reaction in radiance. Oh, the sword. True to its name, it shines brighter and brighter and begins to give off heat. It is as if the sword is silently singing as it prepares for battle. Let's keep eavesdropping.
It's no use, imposter. Your efforts are futile. I heard that even your new mortal weapon, your Crusader leader, laughed at you.
Huh. Oh wait, he's talking to Iomde? Let's keep eavesdropping.
The imposter goddess
Oh, he
and her
is.
imposter instruments. I know what you're made of. Mortal ambitions, mortal frailty, and fear of decay, forever imprinted on mortal souls. Even yours, once mortal Iomade.
Keep eavesdropping.
I have begun
well.
with the mortal world, but I will not stop here. The upper planes too shall fall, and I will start my conquest with your heavenly domain. It was a mistake to equate mortals with gods. You were a mistake, imposter. As for your servant, I will begin today's feast with him.
Wait, so this guy doesn't know the truth about me? Because he thinks I'm her weapon, but I'm not. Radiant sends out a wave of light. With joy and fervor, it welcomes the battle. The Demon Lord's howl shakes the earth. Oh, we are fighting him. Okay. Oh, he's big. Interesting. Okay. Gargantuan. Damn, that we would have met every single Demon Lord now then. Although we didn't fight Natakula. Let's see, you should go over there. This is the same music too as when we fought Baphomet. A deep moan bellows over the area. It feels as if the stones of Iz, the ancient ravaged capital of Sarkoris, are crying in pain under the unbearable weight.
Impossible! I am chaos and death! I am the end of times! I cannot be defeated!
A host of emotions burns in Discari's massive compound eyes. Anger that turns into pain, then shock, which begets anger once more. Wow, there's something for every path, huh? Oh yeah, I see Dragon and Legend there too. Well, Azata, I will free this land of you, Discari. For a moment, you see in your mind's eye the square in Canabris, where it all began. Except now, you two have switched places. Discari is the one teetering at the edge of a chasm while you stand firm. The vision fades, but your power responds to it and erupts in a single mighty torrent. Your body tenses. The wound in your chest bursts into flames. Wait, we're all glowing, yeah. Oh no, that's probably because the buffs. Bleeding heavily as if trying to kill you. But, can this stop you? Now when you're a step away from victory? No! Taste the rainbow! Run! I didn't think we'd fight Discari. I thought we'd fight like another one of his minions or something. Not him himself. I thought he would be the final boss. Here it is. Place the key crystal. What?
Onwards.
Wait, what? Where the hell is that? What quest is that? Enter the portal in the laboratory. The crystal from Iz turned out to be a portal. What lies beyond? Does the commander hear the call beckoning him to step into the unknown? One can find a way out even in the most hopeless situation. Sometimes the path is revealed rather unexpectedly. Isn't that right, Stardust?
Adventures await.
Alright, well I'm quick saving this. What is this?
A person can be in possession of the greatest treasure and never understand its worth. A person can live the happiest days of their life and not know that it will come to an end.
Let's move.
Sweet house. Oh, it's a baby crib. The cradle is creaking as if it's quietly humming in a tune. It is empty.
Follow me.
A flower that clearly was picked somewhere in the forest, then diligently but clumsily potted. The wooden horse is worn around the area where the rider would sit. A child's drawing depicting various magical beasts, and the second most assured hand that clearly belongs to an adult. There are annotations of wingspan, diet, and other details.
March on.
Old map. This map seems to depict the region of Sarkoris before the opening of the wound. It has roads, rivers, bridges marked on it, as well as numerous notes, such as Hunter spotted in spring, avoid. Guards caught a witch on 3 Rova, nothing suspicious since. High road, groups often move to and from threshold, avoid.
Onwards.
There's something else, yeah, here. Vial of magical formula? The label on the vial reads for summoning. Note from a box. The handwriting in this note is very similar to the pages of the lexicon of Paradox. I knew you would get through the lock, so I hid the wand of teleportation elsewhere. I thought we agreed. No excursions to the outside world until after your transmutation lessons. Well? Oh, a handwritten and artful illustrated textbook on magic. The margins are filled with doodles clearly done out of boredom.
Onwards.
What the? Where am I now?
Let us be off.
When planting a seedling, give it soil, space, and moisture. Nothing can grow in cramped captivity.
Day whatever. Experiment. I'm in Mom's lab, messing around with regions. The circle is almost ready. I think I just need to place the vial with the summoning formula here. Let's see what happens. This is gonna be fun. The vial with the summoning formula here. We have a vial. Is that what we gotta do? Oh. Okay. Oh crap, Avu. Maybe auto will be enough? Yeah, auto's enough. Mom, I know you're watching. You would never leave me in danger, would you? But you let me learn things, try things. Oh, thank you, Mom. But one day, I will sneak out without you noticing and do everything my way.
I stand ready.
Diamond, that's not really anything too crazy. Like, story-wise, I guess. Anything around the house? No.
Follow me.
Alright, let's see where this goes. Going back here.
March on.
Questions, questions. What is to be done with vanquished foes? What is to be done with treacherous friends? I know the answers to these and to many more questions.
Onwards.
Setri Devima? The ghost standing before you used to be a tall man, built like a warrior, but death has twisted his features, bent his back, his eye sockets are empty, his body mutilated, his face a mask of insanity. Forgiveness, I beg forgiveness. Nobody else should suffer for what I've done. I had to protect the people of Sarkoris. I killed. What are you seeking forgiveness for? My name is Setri Devimai of the Foundlast clan. I am a witch hunter, the first hunter of Threshold. I chased them, found them, fished them out of their holes, their hidden lairs, broke their spells, crushed their defenses, the first, the best. I fought entire covens by myself. I led an army of my brothers in arms to battle. But then, this death, I killed. Oh, if only I hadn't killed. What are you seeking forgiveness for? Insects, chittering, squirming, eating my eyes out. I can see through them. Yes, I can. Although they are no longer in my sockets, they eat and I watch until the end. What are you seeking forgiveness for? Sarkoris, blessed by the gods. Sarkoris, I was supposed to protect you. For you, I fought unholy sorcerers, witches, and all others who tainted the sanctity of magic. I defended you. I did what I had to. I killed because I had to. Why? Why? What did I do wrong? What are you seeking forgiveness for? I shouldn't have taken her to the threshold. I should have slain her, where she stood. She didn't resist for the first few days. She didn't even understand where she was or where we were taking her. She just kept repeating, I promise, I promise. Oh. Okay, who are you? Only half our unit returned. A nasty fight. We thought the witch would be alone. I didn't know. I killed, but I had no idea who I was killing. Who are you? Who are you? You already said that. What are you talking about? She led me, walking arm in arm with me. My eyes were gone, but I could still hear the screams. She described what I could not see. Dying light, the step, a Veskavar swarm descending upon the last unit, still trying to hold the line. She said, here are the cultists dancing and raising their daggers to stab their prisoners through their heart. Here is the last bastion of your clan, the Found Last. Do you want to know what happened to them, Hunter? I didn't want to. I couldn't help but ask. Am I to blame for this? You're cuckoo. As if awakened by your voice, the ghost raises his head and speaks in an assertive tone of someone accustomed to giving orders. I am Setri Devimai of the Found Last clan, the first hunter of the Threshold, protector of Sarkoris. I am the witch's nemesis, the best hunter of my land. I received an order to capture the witch Areelu Vorlesh, and I carried out that order. I brought her to Threshold as a prisoner. I killed the witch's accomplice. I killed him. So that's the person you were talking about? The accomplice? I guess you've been stuck in this world for far too long. Let go of your past and go face Pharasma's judgment. You forgive me? The ghost whispers. Then he shudders, utters a deep sigh, and slowly vanishes into thin air.
Let us be off.
Okay.
Let's move.
So they captured her because she's preparing a ritual of unthinkable scale.
Follow me.
Oh, I gotta go this way. The prisoner was asked 3 questions. What was the source of her power? Who taught her the craft? And what deeds was she intending to pursue by using it? Having not received an answer, the interrogator called the first for the use of simple means of loosening a criminal's tongue, but for the more intricate tools to be kept in clear view also, for the purpose of intimidation. When these failed to produce results, ...
March on.
How do I get that one? Could I get it through the bar? Again. Oh, there's nothing though. Huh.
Onwards.
Hello? Oh, come on, man. I want, notes. Open. Oh, that's the guy in the letter. Thick smoke rises from the brazier before you. In its curling haze, you can see a pale, haggard face with a bleeding spiral carved into the forehead. Who disturbs my restless vigil? A friend? A foe? It doesn't matter. I haven't spoken with anyone in so long, I'd be happy to hear the sound of any living voice. Why you here? I'm here because I angered Areelu Vorlesh. I reported on her. I told the guards about the ritual she was working on, but in the end, it didn't save anyone. Neither myself nor Sarkoris. Who are you? In life, my name was Opan. I was a talented spellcaster, one of the most powerful in the land of Sarkoris. I was also the most arrogant. I believed that I could always escape from the hunters of the Threshold, and that my talent would never fail me. What a hollow, misguided belief. The hunters eventually caught me and locked me in this cursed prison, and I died within its walls. Now I am here, bound for this brazier for all eternity, in a place that looks like the cell where I spent 10 years of my life and died. I seen a letter of denunciation signed by you. Yeah, the ghost whispers. Yes, I informed on her. I told the guards about the ritual she was working on. I tried to prevent the inevitable, but it was too late. So you used to know Areelu before she opened the wound? Yes, I did know her. We were both prisoners of the Threshold, she and I. Areelu. Longing and anger ring in the ghost's voice at the same time. If you have any questions for me, ask away. Why were you imprisoned in the Threshold Fortress? That was a fate that awaited any Sarkorian who delved too deeply into arcane magic. People of my land used to follow the green faith of druids and heeded the prayers of priests. Power gained not from nature or a deity was considered tainted and provoked suspicion. Just one wrong step and you found yourself behind bars. That's what happened to me, to Areelu, and to many others. Why does it always happen? Good people worship good gods. do the best they can, and because of that, they fall right into demon clutches? I know the answer to your question all too well, unfortunately. Don't blame people or gods. Demons are masters of their craft. They can turn even the best things evil. I know that good can be turned evil. I've seen it with my own eyes, but I still don't understand. Why? How can something like this happen? I guess pure goodness does not exist anywhere in the entire multiverse, not even in heaven or Elysium. After all, there have been cases where good gods turn evil, but this also means that any evil contains a particle of good inside. If any wretched person can fall, the succubus smiles sadly, then any monster can mend their ways. What can you tell me about Areelu? She was incredible. You can hear a strange mixture of yearning, bitterness, and anger in the voice. The most powerful witch I ever met. The other threshold prisoners and I, we all saw hope in her. She didn't even notice us in the first days of her imprisonment. When she was dragged to the cell, she was wounded, on the brink of exhaustion. The wild dark hair, that pale face, I remember it as if it were yesterday. There were rumors that she killed half of the hunter party sent to capture her, but those who survived managed to take her alive and bring her to the threshold. There were also rumors that Areelu was not alone when they were chasing her, that the hunters killed someone very important to her, but she never even mentioned it. She didn't say a single word. The guards were afraid of her. Other prisoners could go for a walk. They were even allowed to work in the labs under the supervision of druids and priests. But not her. They kept her in seclusion for the first few months, interrogating her constantly, trying to find out about the research she conducted and what kind of dark magic she wielded. But gradually, they loosened their grip. The guards convinced themselves she had lost all hope, that every spark of resistance in her soul had been extinguished. They couldn't have been more wrong. Then again, I was mistaken too, in exactly the same way. When she was finally able to see other prisoners, I began spending a lot of time with her, driven by curiosity, compassion, and I sensed absolutely nothing in her. No anger, no hunger for revenge. She was focused and calm. Only on rare occasions did I glimpse something in her eyes, something that I can only compare to the dark waters of an ocean before the storm. That was Areelu as I knew her, until that final moment when she unleashed the abyss on our world. Did you know she was going to open the world wound? The world wound? That's what you call it? A good name. No, I didn't know that for sure. I could only guess. Several other mages and I, we helped her prepare the ritual. We thought we were just going to open a portal and escape from the cursed prison. It took us a while to realize the frightening scale of what Areelu was planning to do, and even those of us who suspected chose to remain silent. Our thirst for freedom was stronger than the fear. I was the only one who did not blithely go along with it. I crave freedom, and I consider Areelu a friend, but I love Sarkoris more. I realized that Areelu would never abandon her plans, so I wrote a letter of denunciation and secretly passed it to the guards. But it didn't do much good. Neither the guards nor I could stop her, and I witnessed a horrible rift split threshold open. And then Areelu punished me for betraying her. A proper ending for a mage who couldn't choose between two masters, who betrayed everyone, helped no one, and in return, gained nothing but a brazier under his backside. Burn, you deserve it. If you used to help Areelu with her work, then you must know a lot about the rifts. Not as much as she does. Otherwise, I would have understood what she had in mind much earlier. But I can share the little I do know. In magic, similar things are often drawn to each other. To make supernatural powers work as intended, there must be an exemplar for them to follow. In the case of the arch rift that Areelu was planning to create, this exemplar had to be a living soul. We mortals are flesh and blood connected to the material plane. By binding our souls with the essence of another plane, this plane can be drawn closer to our own. And if it is done in the location where a fold of reality already exists, the task becomes much simpler. Is opening rifts really so easy? Just stitch a soul with some planar essence? If it were easy, Galarian would already been scarred by hundreds of rifts like the one Areelu created. No, it is a highly complicated process, requiring immense magical power and knowledge. There are only a few spellcasters in this world capable of inventing and performing such a ritual. There are some limitations. The main one is this. The ritual will not work with just any extra planar essence. It must be a fragment of a soul that belonged to a creature of great power. As you no doubt understand, obtaining such a fragment is not an easy task. However, Areelu managed to find a way to bypass this limitation. She used crystallized demon lord blood to reinforce the essence. I'm not trying to say that kind of blood, the Hadrian crystals, as they're called, were so easy to obtain. But Areelu already acquired one such crystal from somewhere, and she could summon it to her cell without alerting her guards. After a pause, Oppan goes on. I began to have doubts after I learned that she was going to use her own soul to complete the ritual. How could anyone bring themselves to do something like that? That soul is sacrosanct. You cannot pour something into your soul and remain unchanged. I believe that Areelu was ready to sacrifice herself for the sake of freedom for all, but the more I thought about it, the more strange things I noticed in her words, and in the details of the rituals to come. Then I found out about the crystals and understood precisely which plane's essence she was planning to use, and where the road she intended to open would lead. That was the last straw for me. Alright, I got no more questions. That's too bad. I've been dead for so long with no one to talk to. How can I help you? A flicker of hope appears in the ghost's tired eyes. I don't know for sure, but I'm bound by a powerful spell and my own uneasy conscience. Both are keeping my soul from going down the path that all souls must follow. But you can try and smash this brazier. Perhaps it will set me free. Or kill me. Let's show him this thing. The ring of summoning. This ring used to belong to you, didn't it? Yes, that is my ring. It's been so long since I felt its cool embrace under my fingers. Setri Devimai's wolf took it, along with a chunk of my flesh. You repaired it? I'm glad. So you wanted to start a rebellion in Sarkoris? Yes, I did. I don't want violence, but I guess I knew from the start that it was unavoidable. I just wanted to make everyone admit that we were people too. I wanted them to stop hunting us down and imprisoning us, but great changes never come without bloodshed. You could have stayed hidden much longer if not for your bleeding heart. Yes, people always said I was too sentimental to be a rebel, but without compassion, how would we be any different from our enemies, or from the evil monsters we were accused of being? Yes, I was caught like a fool, but I have nothing to be ashamed of. Areelu Vorlesh received your letter calling for a rebellion. If only I'd known back then what Areelu would do, I would have declared her my enemy, not the elders of Sarkoris. Her crimes are 100 times more serious, although both stem from the same place, from violence and anger that our kinsfolk used against those who practice arcane magic. It was Sarkoris' own poison that led to its downfall. I see. You must know that I never use my ring for evil purposes. Although it is capable of doing terrible things, I ask you to do likewise. I guess I decided what to do with you. Let's smash the brazier. Farewell, Oppan. You deserve to rest in peace. Thank you. I don't know what lies ahead of me, the afterlife or oblivion. But either way, thank you.
Let us be off. Let's move. Follow me.
There are questions that are better left unasked. There are memories that ought to rouse a storm in your soul, but instead, you look into them and see nothing but emptiness. Unknowing is the worst punishment. Knowing, on the other hand, knowing is eternal, unabated pain. Hello.
Wait, what? The image of Areelu projected by the magical device raises her head and looks into your eyes. There's no doubt this time. It's not a recording of another one of her experiments. So this is actually her. You wanted me to end up here, didn't you? That's why you led me to find the crystal?
Yes, I did. But I did not drag you here by force. I have never done that. I could give you a hint, prompt you, but never force you.
Yeah, I think this entire game she's never forced us somewhere. Like even in the lab, I went there on my own volition. She didn't like teleport us there.
You asked me a question and I answered. Now answer mine. When you were there, standing near the crib inside my ruined home, what did you feel?
I guess sadness. It was empty.
So be it. So be it.
Where are you now?
I am where everything began. Threshold. Do not worry, I will not flee when you come here, not again. You will come, won't you? One of us must burn, so that the other may live, and the wound may be eliminated. I have another question for you. The hunter from Threshold. His ghost was imprisoned here. Why did you do what you did to him?
I guess he was only doing his duty. He didn't deserve such a horrible afterlife.
I see. It was not I who killed him, made him a ghost, and imprisoned him here. He took his own life, and his guilty conscience did the rest. And yet he asked you for forgiveness. That is odd. It makes no sense.
Why did you show me all that? Your past, the prison? You want me to pity you?
Pity? Me? I did not throw the country that betrayed me into the demon's maw in order to be pitied. I did not do it even for revenge. I simply made a promise.
Everyone needs to be pitied sometimes. People who say they don't want it seem to need it more than anyone else. Maybe if someone pitied you back then, 100 years ago, there wouldn't be a world wound, or a demon invasion, or any other horrible things.
Indeed. I was the fearsome witch Threshold's hunters were after. I began studying rifts and soul-changing forces long before they knocked on my door. I had no intention of applying such knowledge at the time, but some temptations are nigh onto impossible to resist. And one more thing I'd like to ask you. Why did you do what you did to that little traitor, Opon?
Is it pity? I guess I did feel pity.
He stabbed me in the back. But I didn't punish him for that, oh no. He was punished for lacking the courage to fight for his own freedom, and for choosing to grovel before his executioners. Now he is an eternal prisoner. What could be more appropriate? It is so odd to realize that I once cared about so many things. That ideas like justice and revenge used to mean something.
I kind of do want to keep talking, but I guess I have nothing more to discuss with you.
Farewell then. Threshold awaits.
Huh.
March on.
Threshold. If Threshold's the final area, then that would mean Areelu really is would have to be the final boss. Oh. Day whatever. Experiment finally. That's right. At last. I can try something serious. Seize your spellcasting, sorcerer. You'll be brought to the threshold to stand trial. I won't leave it like this. Do you hear me? I promise. I promise. Another witch. Caesar. Now you know.
Onwards.
A furrow in the ground that looks like a wound. Heat from strange undying coals spills out of the opening. When you find yourself next to a strange wound-like furrow in the ground, you feel a chill come over you. Whoa. Oh, it's the it's the Azata who was disguised on the left. Like the one with the harp. The gates of Dresden are open wide, and the army that came back from is standing before you. Hundreds of eyes are watching your triumphant return to the city. Oh, the mimic is there too. The welcoming crowd looks joyful yet hesitant. From time to time, someone breaks into song, but quickly falters, or starts cheering and sheepishly stops. The Crusaders of Mendev watch you and your followers with respect, clearly born out of fear. They greet you with a crisp salute.
Welcome. I see you have returned. You once again saved me from death, and our army from inglorious defeat. I cannot call your methods flawless, but there is no denying they brought us victory when almost all hope had been lost. All hail the commander! Long live our hero!
You're too kind.
Not at all. You and your efforts are the only reason this crusade has not ended in failure like all the others. But now the crusade must face Threshold. It is time for the final confrontation. The last bloody and decisive battle. Few of us will come back alive. Give us all a few words before you lead us on what is to be our final push. Once you are finished with your speech, please come and see me. I'd like to speak with you in private.
Okay. Speech! Speech! The Free Crusaders start chanting in unison, and the rest of Dresden happily join. Well, this one seems like Azata. Friends, know that nothing is impossible. The corruption and demons will be gone, and what we used to call the World Wound will become blossoming fields once more. Only one final push remains, so let us make it together. We are one. Yeah, just like real hero. Yeah, just like real heroes, because we are real heroes. Avu, dude, my brain. Avu does a little happy dance. Alright. I wish to remind you I'm not an overlord. I am not here to rule, but to aid and inspire you. After we close the wound, I'll let the path of adventure carry me onward. It will lead me away just like it brought me to you. That's right, we need a leader, not a ruler. Lead us, Commander. Shouts somebody in the crowd, and the soldiers respond with approving murmurs. Oh, the storyteller. The storyteller appears behind you as if from nowhere. The gray-haired elf is nodding in amazement in times with your words and the crowd's joyful cheering. I've become witness to astonishing things. What happened here is more than just a story of mortal triumph over demons. I now realize you are not just a leader with unusual powers. You are the living harbinger of change. Indeed, you are so fickle that you rallied all kinds of different allies to your cause. Your power reminds me of a spring wand, or wind. It wipes away the dust and heralds the coming of a new season. I hope we'll get to see it soon. A spring in the lands thought poisoned and long dead. Launch the final assault on the threshold. Galfrey greets you with a friendly smile. Thank you for coming to speak with me, and thank you for once more forgiving me. It's taken a weight off my shoulders. I can now breathe more easily. I know I have no right to complain to you about my experiences. I bear the blame for what happened, but I want you to know, not a day passed that I did not think about you. And I also wanted to say that I consider you my friend. She extends her hand to you. No matter what trials await you in the future, you can always rely on me and Mendev. Is this playful? Yeah, there's no way there's romance. Just a friend? There's confusion in Galfrey's eyes. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I thought we were brothers in arms, man. Well, I guess brother and sisters in arms. Galfrey's cheeks redden, but her voice is firm. I'm afraid friendship is all I can offer you. Your mythical powers are far too unreliable. I'm bewildered by many of your decisions. As the queen, you have my trust. But as Galfrey, I can't trust you. Do you understand? Ye. Together we will defeat the World Wound. You have Mendev's support, Commander. What's at the threshold? We can only guess, but I am not fond of guessing. She says, steel in her voice. The Threshold Fortress is the source of all our troubles. It was where this all began. It is where this must end. But in the 100 years of the Crusades, we still haven't the slightest idea what it has become. The raging magical energy so heavily altered it that no spells or living scouts have been able to approach it. What are you gonna do after the victory? Perhaps I'll plant nasturtiums and get a canary? I really don't know, Commander. Right now I'm looking at the looming storm clouds. As to what comes after, let us worry about it after. What? No, I was about to say that rhyme, but it's just the same word. Show the Covenant of the Inheritor. Do you remember this?
Wherever did you get this?
Oh, whoa.
I thought this relic was destroyed many years ago. How strange it is to see it whole again. At one time, it gave me hope. I am pleased that this object will serve the Crusade once more.
I had a vision of Iomde giving her covenant to you.
I was young, and did not fully understand the magnitude of the duty that had been entrusted to me. Iomade gave me hope and strength to see me through the trials ahead, and in so doing, she won my everlasting loyalty.
Do you still remember the oath you swore in battle?
Always. No matter how arduous, no matter how dark the skies, no matter how much blood flows from my wounds, I shall stand with you. We shall fight for our loved ones and our friends, for the right to live and die free. We shall do everything we possibly can, and after that, we shall begin to do the impossible. And if the hour should come when our arms can no longer raise our swords, our bodies will become a shield to cover those who still have strength to fight. I, Golfrey, Queen of Mendev, swear this to you. This is my vow.
You withstood a blow from Areelu Vorlesh in that battle.
I would proudly declare that to be true, and say that even Areelu Vorlesh could not kill me on her first attempt. But to do so would be boasting. I was protected by my goddess. However, I was glad to see that, no matter how great the betrayer of humanity's power, it is nothing as compared to Iomede's might.
Just hand over the Covenant of the Inheritor. Please take this gift. The Covenant of the Inheritor should belong to you.
Let the Covenant's restoration into my hands be a good omen for this war. I thank you. I shall ask the priests to offer prayers for you, that Iomade may send you strength and fortitude in the coming battles.
I don't know if she would, because I'm pretty sure I pissed her off. If I remember right. Well, I gotta go. Good luck to you. Ow. Alright, let's go to the threshold. I want to see how this ends. I'm like super invested. Especially after the past we got revealed for Areelu.
After breaking the blockade of the demon armies and defeating Discari, the Crusade forces close in on the Threshold Fortress. The place where 100 years ago, the first rift between the planes was opened. The place where this story will end.
I can't believe we fought Discari. I legit thought he was gonna be the final boss.
A dear guest on my doorstep. Please do come in. You have been long awaited.
Areelu opens her arms like a welcoming host. The gesture doesn't seem feigned, but you feel a strange menacing tension behind it, like the echo of a nervous chuckle that was never uttered. The wound in her chest pulsates with a red glow. What's the perception? I can feel the madness radiating from you, Areelu. What has changed since the last time we met?
Nothing at all.
The witch answers, glaring at you with her glowing crimson eyes. Let's talk. We don't have to resolve everything with bloodshed.
We will talk. I promise. But not here. The path to your souls and the world wound's healing demands my death. The accursed Threshold prison where everything began must be where everything comes to an end. So I invite you in once again. Cross this threshold. I'll be waiting for you in the heart of the fortress, in the place where the wound was opened.
Okay. Oh, we made camp here. Huh. Storyteller. The old elf stands frozen. It is unclear whether he is listening closely to the sound coming from the porches, contemplating something, or just dozing. Upon hearing your footsteps, he respectfully ducks his head. Commander, how'd you end up right in the thick of battle? He smiles softly. This is not my first battle, Commander. I know how to defend myself, and the thunder of a fight has never stopped me from getting into another adventure. I have come to witness great things. Some unsightly demons will not dare to get in my way. I mean, he already did help us. Will you help us in battle? A blind man is hardly what you will need to storm the fortress. I will stay here, among the soldiers guarding the gates against uninvited guests. If you manage to seize any artifacts whose nature you wish to know, bring them to me and I'll read their stories. What do you think lies ahead for me? My gift is useless here. This story has yet to be written, and the quill is in your hands, Commander. Well, I appreciate you coming here. How could I miss a story like this? I wish to witness it, not listen to retelling in years to come. What about you, Anivia?
Commander.
Ooh.
You promised us victory when it seemed impossible, and you did not let us down. Doing the impossible is your specialty. You have led us here, to the very gates of the enemy's lair. Now we will end this century-long nightmare once and for all.
You're so good at toppling fortresses by now, you can almost keep time by it. The Grey Garrison, Dresden, and now Threshold. So are we coming up on noon or midnight on the commander clock? Doesn't matter. The bards can settle that one. It's the hour of your triumph.
Yeah, so much time has passed since we first met. I think you were under a rock when I first met Anivia. Do you remember our first meeting?
Of course. It was a long time ago now, but it's not the kind of thing you forget. I was almost buried alive. If it wasn't for you and Sela, my skull would be lying in some cave right now with only rats for company.
It was unforgettable. That attack on the Grey Garrison was the last desperate push, the last hope of holding the city when it seemed only a miracle could save us. We would have died there. But you and Anevia leapt out of the ground, and then miracles began to happen.
How would you rate our chances of winning?
We have a chance. And that's a far sight better than how things stood not so long ago. Of course, it's too early to celebrate. We've still got a battle to fight, the likes of which we've never seen before. But I think you can pull it off.
With you leading us, those monsters should be worrying about their chances of escaping with their lives.
What are you gonna do after this is over?
Personally, I'm going to be doing a big pile of nothing. For a month, or maybe 2. Irabeth too. Wheedling, blackmail, violence. I'll stop at nothing to drag her away on her first ever vacation.
Whatever you say, I can see surrender as my only option.
Alright, it's time to finish this.
We've waited so long for this. Onward to victory!
Lead on, Commander.
Alright, the Queen.
This endeavor rushes toward its conclusion. I wish to speak with you. To be honest, I almost stopped believing that I would live to see this moment. It has been at least 50 years since I stopped hoping and believing it could happen. And yet, here we are, at the entrance to Threshold. All thanks to you. I have made a great many mistakes in my life, and I suppose I shall pay for every one of them, in this life or in the afterlife. But few mistakes became apparent to me as quickly and as painfully as my feud with you.
That's all in the past now. I hold no grudge.
I feel really happy. I mean it. I thought I would not have enough strength to drag this burden of regrets along to the final battle.
What are you gonna do after we win?
I am going to rule Mendev. What else? I do not seem to have much choice in that. I have become a symbol of battle and of the war for our liberation. I hope I am wise enough to become a symbol of peace, too.
Huh. I guess I have a request. When we win, the wardstones will no longer be needed. Whatever happens to me, free the angels imprisoned in them.
You are right. I shall fulfill your request, although it will be difficult. No one in Mendev knows the sacrifice that the creation of the ward stones demanded. The stones themselves are seen as a symbol of hope and safety. To destroy them would be akin to dismantling the fortress walls around Mendev's cities. It will provoke suspicion and panic, even if the demons are defeated by that time. But the angels have done their duty and should be freed. Therefore, should we win, I shall carry out your request, even if it means losing the people's trust.
Alright, well, I gotta go.
Yes, of course. May Iomedae be with you, or any other higher power you believe in.
At last.
Oh, yeah.
This irksome crusade is drawing to a close.
Daeren's smile reveals nothing beyond his usual, gentle insouciance.
Alas, once it is over, all that awaits me is a trip to the delightful institution known as the Mendevian Inquisition. That, or desperate flight followed by aimlessly wandering the world bereft of both title and money. Perhaps getting myself killed today would be preferable to either of those possibilities. The most important outcome of today, of course, will be that I shall be immortalized in works of art depicting the Fifth Crusade as the most attractive crusader.
Out of all of us, I guess. I see you're not afraid of the fight ahead. It's only a battle against the worst horrors of the world wound after all.
Perhaps I should reconsider. No. Others can be afraid. But I know who our leader is and what he is capable of. I have never seen you fail to rise to a challenge, no matter how impossible. So leave me and my optimism be. We will win. If anyone should be afraid, it is the wretches inside Threshold.
Well, onwards.
And to the victory feast, I trust?
Yeah. Ember.
This is it. The last fortress. It's been a long road from the river city to here. We walked and walked and walked along the road. And suddenly, there's no more road.
Are you ready?
Nobody is ready. It will be scary. Very scary. In the last fortress, all the lies will end, and the truth will rise. It's scary, but it's good.
What are you talking about?
Nobody knows what will happen next. People are afraid of the future, so that's why they make it up. They lie to themselves so it's not so scary. They convince themselves and others of the things they make up. But one day the future will come. The story ends, for better or worse. When everything's already happened, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. And there's no reason to lie.
What are you gonna do when this is all over?
The Redeemed Knights say they need me. I think they can manage fine without me, but maybe I really can help them somehow. I think we'll do a lot of good together.
Okay, that's such a weird path from being on the street as a beggar to leading a group of knights. Well, let's go.
Hear that, Soot? It's time.
The crow looks at you with its clever black eyes and calls loudly. Loudly.
There it is. The heart of the wound. The source of all the evil that has been wrought here over the last 100 years. It all began here. And we will end it here. If Areelu Vorlesh had never opened the world wound, I would never have ended up on Galarian. I would never have met Desna. Or you. I would never have embarked on the path of good. The world isn't fair. Thousands of innocent mortals perished during this invasion. But it was also the catalyst for one demoness's discovery of goodness and love. This may merely be a quirk of fate, but it means that our happiness together has come at a horrifying cost. Today, we will repay but a fraction of that debt. We will close this abomination so that no one else has to die.
Our love is a refutation of everything the demons believe in. If they had any sense, they would flee this place as fast as they could.
I know, I actually pity them. If only I could have shown them what I feel. If only I could have shared this goodness, this tenderness with them.
I'm sure they would have started on the same path as I have. But if helping them to change is beyond my abilities, then I will have to do battle against them. I will let no one threaten you and our happiness. No one.
You defeated the abyss within yourself. After such a feat, routing its armies will be a breeze.
I did not do it alone. You have led your army to victory and me to my dream.
You're shouldering the guilt for all the victims of the invasion. Isn't that too much for one Arushalae to handle?
It's not about guilt. It's just that I am ashamed to take any joy in my freedom, knowing that this terrible war was the cause of it. Everyone would have been better off if the world wound had never been opened. But then I would have remained a monster. Perhaps one day I will atone for all the evil I did. But it took a far greater evil to make my redemption even possible.
What are you gonna do after the war?
You know what?
A playful smile blossoms on her lips. She whispers, "Are you ready?"
I am ready. Let the abyss tremble in fear.
So, this is where it all ends. When I first crossed paths with you in Needhome, I never thought I'd end up in the very heart of the world wound. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. I suppose now is the time to thank you for that. After everything we've gone through together, it's strange to think that I once planned to spend my whole life in those horrible catacombs under Chernabras. I know this won't sound much in the spirit of the Crusade, but betraying Hosilla was the best decision of my life.
Have you decided what you're gonna do after we win?
Of course! I'll find the largest pile of spoils, sit down on it, and scare off anyone who even thinks of stealing any of it. It's almost as if you don't know me at all.
You're like a dragon. It's time. Let's show them what the Underground Crusaders are made of.
Our years of exile have given us quite the score to settle. And today, the demons will pay for everything.
So this is it then. The final push. The last battle where the great heroes will vanquish Areelu Vorlesh and close the world wound, ridding Galarian of a deadly threat. That is how the chronicles will tell it, I'm sure. You know very well, my friend, that this was never my war. I was merely following the person who offered me protection. I could not have cared less where you led me. And I still do not care about the cause for which we are fighting. I probably ought to have cast you off, rather than lay my head on the chopping block alongside yours. But I've grown attached to you now. I don't like the idea of you perishing in this place. That is why I shall help you win.
Aw, you care about me after all the horrible stuff we did. Thanks for the honesty.
Don't thank me. Not here, not now. I simply felt that I ought to tell you the truth. Nothing more. It seems I have grown overly sentimental after all our travels.
Well, together we will win.
Rush headlong into battle, come what may. I approve of this plan.
We'll just...
Chief, is there any chance, even a tiny one, that we can just call this whole thing off now and go home?
He's nervously biting his nails, and his tail is swishing from side to side, stirring up a cloud of dust.
Before, I would have just made a run for it, but I can't do that now. Something is holding me back, and I really don't like the thought of leaving you high and dry. See what you turned me into?
Yeah, I mean, that gargoyle attack way back in, like, Act 2, you just ran. But now, no, you're... Well, you still kind of want to run, but you're debating now. Maybe you're a hero?
If you want to send me to the front line, I ain't going, so don't even try that hero stuff on me. I'm gonna fight because I don't want to die. And because we're kind of friends now. And don't you go getting yourself killed either. I can't stand being sad, so just don't do that to me.
I promise you'll have no cause to be sad.
And I won't be. At least not for long. I've got plans, you know. Lots of them, like getting rich. I won't have time to be crying over dead heroes. But if you do survive, I'll make sure to cut you in. That reminds me.
Thanks, man.
The Tieflings merchandise is still at your disposal. So don't be afraid to ask if you find yourself in need of something.
Hey, Nenio. Again, you're at a cliff like the Abyss.
I am calculating the likelihood of your victory. Taking into consideration the fortifications of Threshold, the long period it has been under demon control, and Areelu Vorlesh, who is personally overseeing the defense, I would give the Crusaders a 30% chance of success at most.
Hey, that's not bad.
Of course, the presence of an illustrious scholar of Golarion in your ranks, meaning me, immediately increases your chances by 5%.
35 ain't bad. Are you afraid?
Fear is an unproductive emotion that typically gets in the way of a good experiment. And I've never indicated that I do not support my loyal follower in his battle against the demons. I simply calculated your chances of success.
Whatever our chances, we're not backing down.
If you win, I'll make sure to mention you in my encyclopedia. Aha! With that as an incentive, your chances have increased by 5%.
Hey, 40, we're close to that 50-50. Let's go. Hey, Socio.
There it is. The Citadel, the Demon Army. You know, I expected it to be formidable and fearsome. Something that would make me quake in terror. But now that I am standing at its gates, I'm surprised at how little fear I feel. Do not mistake this for bravado. Our enemies are dangerous, but no more than that. We have traveled to the heart of the Abyss, and back again. Now we are home, on our own territory. This time, let it be the invaders who quake in terror. I regret that Trevor did not live to see this battle, but that means that today I will be fighting for myself and for him. For everyone who did not live to see our victory.
What are you gonna do after we win?
I will go home to Daeren. I will lay down my weapon and never pick up another so long as I live. Save a knife for cutting vines. I will serve the goddess in our old temple. And when the peasant children come to pepper me with questions about the crusade, I will do my utmost to make sure that my stories give none the idea that there is anything beautiful or romantic about war.
Duh. You changed so much since we first met.
I had to. If I had a choice, I probably would have stayed the same naive little boy I was before the war. The boy who had never killed, who had never been to the Abyss, who had never buried those with whom he had sat around a campfire only the night before. Even so, when I set out to join this war, my head was full of so many romantic notions. More than usual for a naive little boy. But life found a way to shatter those most thoroughly.
I'm sure your brother would be proud of you.
Pride is known as a mortal sin for good reason. It was pride that propelled my brother to join the crusade in search of glory. And look how that ended. No, I am not here to make anyone proud. I only want one thing. For this nightmare, after 100 long years, to finally be over.
Man, this whole journey has crushed his spirit. Are you ready?
Ready. Let us drive.
Well, not crush it like he's gonna give up, but
abyss.
He's just worn down. Boy. Well, I mean, yeah, so much has happened to him.
Greetings. Allow me to congratulate you on leading the armies of the 5th Crusade to its decisive confrontation.
Thanks, man.
Excellent. At last, a real achievement and a genuine chance of victory.
Well, we're at Threshold. The final battle and the resolution of the World Wound problem is at hand. Are you happy?
I suppose I am. Being happy is not in my nature. But for the first time in years, I feel something akin to that emotion. It would be interesting to analyze what I experience when I see the criminal Areelu Vorlesh defeated, the demons ousted, and the world wound closed at last. It promises to be an exceptional moment.
You did contemplate there. A rare note of contemplation appears in his voice. Well, it's been an honor.
Thank you for your high estimation of my abilities. Our views on certain matters have not always aligned, but I fully recognize your achievements as a commander and as a comrade.
It's time.
I am always ready.
Finally, I think it's just Sela. Oh, and Avu. Let's talk to Avu first. Stardust, I have something to tell you. Really important. I mean, really, really important. I've been thinking really hard, and I realized that our island isn't just a nice thing. It's a really powerful thing. It's full of your power, which makes everything green and lovely instead of demony and horribly. Horribly. And I was thinking, if we close this world wound and then send the island there, it could bring all the lands back to life all at once. Oh. See, I just told you an important, clever thing. Now it's your turn to tell me what a wonderful dragon I am. Then we can go and bite and scratch the demons. Lish hug him. Or her, actually. You're my treasure. Avu purrs contently. Of course I'm a treasure. It's easy for me. I'm a dragon. I'm prettier than all the sparkly things in the world. And I'm your friend, too. And the sparkly things can't be your friends, even the real pretty ones. What are you gonna do after we win? The same thing that you're gonna do? Avu looks very surprised by the question. Except for all the grown-up boring things. I won't be doing those. I'll be doing other interesting things that you don't want to do, but I do. Like eating a whole lake of plum jam. Or surprising someone by pouring a bucket of jam on their heads. We should go. Yes, saving the world. I remember. Let's go. Man, you remember when she was so tiny? Now she's huge. I can actually ride her. She's been through a lot with me. All these people have, but Sela was there since the beginning.
Hey, well, are we gonna stick it to the demons one last time?
Have you thought about what you're gonna do after we win?
I don't know yet. I'll probably go back to being a knight errant, going wherever the road takes me, helping folk where I can. But let's win first, and we can talk about that later.
A wanderer, huh? Well, you're a true friend, Sela. It's been an honor fighting shoulder to shoulder with you.
Back at you, friend. So, are we going to crush some demons? It's time to show them the door once and for all.
Pretty sure that's everyone now. Yes. Let's go. At the gates of the threshold, the darkness is dense and viscous, like a brew in a cauldron. The darkness seems to devour all light pouring in from outside. The danger lies not only within. The companions you don't take into the final battle will remain here to... Oh, this is the end. Remain here to guard the approach of the threshold, and they must be ready to fight as well. I guess Azata. Sing the Song of Elysium. Threshold was a prison once, and it remains a prison now. May these grim walls crumble along with all the evil they gave birth to. Another voice joins your song, then another, and another. Soon all the free crusaders are singing, and then joining the choir are your soldiers, allies, and companions. The melody grows, rises, becomes stronger. It soars like the wind, and the walls of the ancient prison seem to shudder, unable to withstand the song's power, until they crumble away, along with the darkness within. Man, this is the end, huh? I guess go with like the people I've been playing with this entire time. Yeah. Oh. You hear the sound of laughter, and then the lady in shadow begins to speak. You do not disappoint, my chosen. Your performance has been flawless. I hope you will continue to impress me, and that you will do what needs to be done in the end. Do you know what lies ahead? Better than anyone, and yet not well enough. You're about to confront the most lethal, powerful, and capable servant I ever had. She is unmatched in her abilities, but you are her creation, her masterpiece. You are the only one who stands a chance of stopping her. The creation must surpass the creator. What do you want from me? Isn't it customary among mortals for a noble lady to bless her knight before the final battle? Well, why can I not do the same? Well, okay. I guess I'll go. Stay a moment longer. There's still a small matter that I wish to address. I want to reward you for your loyalty. After all, you accepted my profane gift. You've chosen to serve me. Therefore, I will bestow upon you a token of my favor. The world will know that you are my champion. I hereby crown you with this wreath that I have woven from the darkest, most insidious shadows of the abyss. Wear it with pride, my champion. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, it has to be this because it says a threshold. This head of perfection plus 8 allows its wearer to add a charisma bonus to all damage dealt by ranged weapons. I don't use ranged weapons though. That would have been great though, because I do use charisma. Oh wait, this could actually work with Illusionria, Arushalae, because she has charisma. Although her dex is higher. What do you have now? Initiative. Yeah, let's do that. He has a high charisma, so why not? Yeah, that works. Man, look at this. Yeah, the threshold is so chaotic. I guess it's because of the world wound. Like, it didn't look like this at all in when we looked at Areelu's past. Get out of the demi-plane? Huh. Isn't this the lab? Duh-huh. Oh god, is the game bugged? Okay. Oh, there we go. Something about this strange place feels oppressive. The air is still and silent, yet you can hear the distant echoes of words, promises, and battle cries. You strain to hear what's being said, but you can only make out a few words. Finally, sea sorcerer, I promise. I promise.
Can't be dismissed as a calculation error. You knew failure was a possibility. Then why? Why?
Areelu's silhouette looks just as surreal as the sound that fills this space. She is not looking at you. She seems lost in thought. Her voice is dull and tired. There's no trace of hospitality she showed you at the entrance of the fortress. I need answers.
Yes, it's decided. I will tell you the truth before we fight to the death. Would you like to know why I upended your life?
Yeah, I'll listen.
This place is my demi-plane. I created it when I was a prisoner in Threshold. I would slip away to conduct my rituals here in secret. This is where I decided to create what mortals would later call the World Wound. This is where I made all my preparations. Do you understand? Escaping was never my goal. I could have easily disappeared from Threshold. I could have passed through it like water through sand. Some believe that I brought Sarkoris to ruin out of revenge, and I suppose there is some truth to that. I did have reason for revenge. You've been to this secret part of my laboratory and know what I'm talking about. Or at least you have an inkling.
Yeah, I think so.
My laboratory. The old house in the middle of nowhere that marked the entrance to my lab. It was the home of Areelu Vorlesh when I was still a mere mortal. I lived there with my son, away from the din of the crowd, and sheltered from the keen gaze of the Sarkorian witch hunters. It was a place where the reality of our world was in close proximity to the abyss. A place where I could study the magic forbidden to all Sarkorians. I thought I had hidden my home well, but I was wrong. They found it. They found us. At that hour, I was there, in the laboratory. That damned laboratory I loved so much. I was absorbed in one of my experiments when the hunters arrived on our doorstep. I was sitting at my desk, recording my observations, thoughts, and calculations, as was my habit. That's when I heard the noise outside. The fight was brief. It barely lasted a moment. By the time I sensed that something was amiss and hurried out to see what was happening, it was too late. All I could do was cradle the body of my dead child. and cry after their departing soul. I promise.
It was our kid. Why did they attack your son?
Because they saw him with a scroll that he had secretly borrowed from my supply. He was trying to perform a forbidden ritual. Children, they are always drawn to the unknown. But for the Threshold Hunters, this child playing with a magical trinket he stole from an adult was just as much of a criminal as the worst demon worshippers.
Nothing can justify the killing of a child.
I am not concerned with whether it was justified or not, or with the application of morality, the law, or the teachings of any god. Look around you. This demi-plane. The first time I escaped from my cell and ran here, I was trying to resurrect my son. I tried many things, but all my efforts were in vain. The soul had already received Pharasma's judgment, and had been sent on the path determined by the gods, into the abyss. And when I realized that, I rebelled. But not against my jailers, not against those who had murdered my child, not even against Sarkoris. My uprising was against destiny, death, and the laws that the gods had forced upon our lives. I realized then that I wouldn't be satisfied with simply returning my son to life. I had to shatter this order once and for all, and make it so that neither Pharasma and her lackeys nor death itself could ever stand between us. Only by stepping beyond the bounds of what had been ordained for mortal kind, by obtaining powers that rivaled the divine, could we become free. And with this newfound purpose, I turned myself into a half-demon. Fusing the spiritual essence of the two planes was the only way I could achieve my goal. I let the abyss into my soul, and into this world. I opened the world wound. I danced around 3 demon lords, making them assist me without ever revealing my true intentions. They just believed they were dealing with another power-hungry mortal. But in reality, I was after one thing. I wanted to find what was left of my son's soul and give him a new birth. One that would prevent anything from ever harming him again. And then I found you. I chose you because I felt a faint affinity to you. I thought your soul could accept the remains of my son's soul, like the soil takes a seed.
Huh.
I thought I could bring back my child by tethering the mangled remnants of his soul to a pure mortal soul untouched by the abyss. I thought the power of the Nahindrian crystals would allow me to protect him forever. That I could tear him away from the dominion of mortal nature. But I was mistaken in both assumptions. Now I'm about to face the consequences of my mistake. You will witness them as well. This is where it happened. It was here that I conducted the ritual, sewing my soul and the essence of the abyss together. Feeling the world change around me as every stitch brought Galarian closer to the abyss. And it was here that even though you have no memory of it, I did the same to your soul.
So I was born here.
A researcher must not have any personal feelings for the subjects of their experiments. And yet, I find myself unable to remain completely detached from the world wound. I created it. I allowed it to be. It holds a place in my heart, even if I'm slowly paying for it with my life. A researcher must be particularly resilient in the face of mistakes, incorrect hypotheses, and failed experiments. You are my failed experiment. I think I'll feel some regret for ending your current life. But you can rest assured that such sentiments will not stop me.
Well, there was a check. I can tell you've been preparing this place for battle, but there's more to it, am I right? I sense barrier spells waiting to be activated, and there's something else. Something deadly.
You're so adept at magic. Of course, I've been preparing for our meeting. And hopefully I've prepared well.
So you've done all this to save your child?
Yes. And no. Even if I could have brought back my son, I wouldn't have stopped at that. I wouldn't have been satisfied. Not after what I'd gone through. Not after the things I'd learned. I wanted to become stronger. And I wished the same for my child. I didn't want to be afraid of anything. It wasn't the dogs of Threshold, or even Sarkoris itself, that threatened us. It was the laws of a world governed by death, weakness, and separation. That is why I needed the power of the Nehindrian crystals. I did not wish to merely stave off the agony of the wound. I wanted to tear my son from the grasp of everything that makes us weak and mortal. You have seen a goddess. You have been face to face with demon lords. Were you awed by their greatness? Do you enjoy living in a world where your entire life cycle has been predetermined? Where everything, from your birth to what will happen to your soul after you die, has been decided for you? Or do you find, now that you have experienced the mythic power coursing through your blood, that you prefer to live in a world that you can change? A world that offers you a chance to be anything you want?
Let's go with 4. I enjoy having power, but only because it allows me to make the world a better place.
I also want to make the world a better place. But not for everyone. Only for the one person I care about.
Why did you call me your failed experiment?
When I poured what was left of my son's soul into your soul, I was expecting it to bring him back. They say death and the judgment of Pharasma purges the soul of everything it once was in life. But this cannot be true. I have researched this subject meticulously and have collected enough evidence to prove that supernatural beings born from mortal souls can recall their past. Sometimes partially, sometimes fully. I watched you day and night waiting for it to happen. For your memory to awaken, or your instincts at least. For anything familiar, something I could immediately recognize. I tested you. I asked you.
Whatever. You merged the remnants of your son's soul with mine, so why do you want to harm me?
If a hypothesis is proven wrong, it needs to be rejected. But the research process does not stop there. That is all I can tell you right now.
You've been carrying the wound in your soul for a long time. Does that mean you'll die soon?
It will kill me eventually. But I still have some time left. Years, or decades perhaps. But it doesn't matter. One of us will die today.
I feel like that's true. I don't think there's a solution where both of us could walk away. What will happen if one of us steps into the wound?
The tearing of the soul, followed by a cruel and terrible death. But it will likely be quick.
I have no more questions.
And it's finally time to end all this.
Dragon. Is there a way? I don't know. I mean, let's try it. Stop. The wound may be killing our souls, but we can find a way to solve this without bloodshed.
Asking me to stop is like asking a river not to flow, or a volcano not to erupt. Death is not the end. I have spent 100 years trying to prove it, and I will not stop now. This experiment was unsuccessful, but that just means I need to adjust the initial conditions and try again. I am still alive. I still have time. You, the current you, will have to die. But only to surrender the soul you share with my son. I will start over. This time I will do everything differently. I will work with even greater precision. I will turn the world upside down if I must. I promise.
Oh. Okay. Finally fighting her. You know, so if those hunters never killed her son, would she have... Oh. Okay. Is she gonna die now because of that? Death curse? Oh, well, I was gonna say is since if those hunters never killed her son, would she have been on the same path for this too? Like opening the world wound and all that? I don't know. I mean, she is like she has a thirst for knowledge, so maybe she would still end up eventually coming down this path. Oh man, the music is even like her theme. Like I hear the motif of it. Oh, whoa. I guess it makes sense that she's the final boss, but I never thought... I don't know. I guess I never thought she would be. Like I thought it would legit be discarded just because like he's the guy we saw in the square and all that. Like it was building up to him.
I never thought that I would be responsible for the creation of my most powerful enemy.
Areelu looks as though she is about to collapse, but she does her best to remain upright. Another dragon one too. On our past perception. I could see you, Suture. Show yourself.
I've been waiting for you to get distracted, so I can stab you in the back.
What? I've uncovered your plan. The spells in this chamber. They are designed to kill you if something goes wrong. You've been preparing for this outcome from the start, am I right?
How very perceptive. But you didn't think I would make it easy, did you? I won't let you win. You need me alive. You want to use me to close the wound, but I can destroy myself before you have a chance.
Diplomacy. Well, our charisma is crazy good, so... Areelu, this madness is an act of evil, and it is absolutely pointless. You won't accomplish anything. Is this really how you wish to go? Don't do this.
You're right. I won't gain anything from this. So what now?
Her eyes blaze for a moment, but then she relents.
You are stronger than I could have anticipated. As your creator, I should be proud to be defeated by the one I have imbued with power. Is there any higher praise? But I'm tired. You won't hear me pleading. Let us finish this experiment here and now.
This dragon again. Will she do it? It's over. Now you will die, giving your life to help heal the world wound that you created. Do you have any last words?
Here are my last words. I regret nothing.
I mean... The Song of Elysium wakes within your soul. Its cadence piercing and solemn. I am so distracted because there's something going on right now. Luckily, this seems like the end. You see the world wound before you. That terrible abscess on the face of a world that has been tormented by it for too long. It is within your power to put an end to it. But there's more. Your island, your small miracle filled with life-giving force, is the key to restoring the corrupted lands. Will you give it away to see green gardens in place of poisoned waste? The choice is yours to make. So give Areelu's soul to close the wound. Or both. There's an angel one, and then Azata. I guess let's do Azata. Destroy Areelu and sacrifice the island to close and heal the wound. It's time to end the life of one and give way to lives of many. Somewhere beyond the walls of this cursed prison, you feel a gust of wind, a fresh spring breeze. A wave of power follows in its wake. It nourishes and revitalizes everything in its path, like the rain that revives the root of the forest after a severe drought. The arrival of this wave dissolves the silhouette of Areelu Vorlesh, the witch and the creator of the world wound, and just as swiftly, the tongues of violent flame, the outline of the giant rift, and the edges of the wound in your chest all fade away. The time for healing has come.
Am I at my limit?
It's a rainbow. So we did it. We closed the world wound. After 100 years, was it? And so much war? Oh, there's no narration. Life and death, destiny and great deeds, answer to mysteries, the search for one's true path. The mind can comprehend all of these. And then, such concepts can be written down as a sequence of formulas, a series of lines, a chain of thoughts. Still, a moment always comes when it's time to wrap up, to reach a conclusion, to put a period at the end of the last sentence. The impossible rift, the bleeding wound that had tormented all of Galarian for 100 years, was finally healed. The life and the soul of one who was once inflicted this wound upon the world became the salve. With the death of the witch Areelu Vorlesh, the world wound she had created vanished as well. After the victory, the commander took Elysium up on its invitation and paid a short visit to that wondrous plain. Few are privy to all the details of that journey, but the tales speak of all manners of marvels, such as the incredible dances of the Azatas, flights across the skies with a flock of havoc dragons, and feast in the company of even more fascinating beings. After the Battle of Threshold, the commander did not stay long in the lands where the Fifth Crusade had been waged. A new destiny and a new journey awaited him. The wind of Elysium became a harbinger of renewal for the lands of the former wound. The corruption-torn waste became lush once more. Where lava lakes once steamed, there grew groves of towering trees. Some of the vegetation seemed to have come straight from a dream. This rejuvenated land became a beautiful garden, an inspiration for dreamers. What is this? Your decisions allowed both you and the Free Crusaders to follow the path of goodness and freedom. Lovers and poets would go there to watch the moonrise through the sparkling waterfalls or to catch reflections of the stars in the streams. The Free Crusaders did not stay together for long. Their main goal had been achieved, but there were still plenty of places left in the world where injustice was rampant, where courage and imagination were needed. Scarenthal and his treants had their branches full. They had to take care of the new rapidly growing forest, that's true. He, during his time as a Free Crusader, came to understand and even love city customs in his own way. He often dropped by Dresden and even officially adopted all the teenagers from the commander's court, and he cared for them just as selflessly as if they were his own trees. Aww. The fate of the Mimic Crusaders was most astonishing. Of all, they formed their own knightly order, then changed their mind and decided to become pirates? What? Then decided on becoming pirate knight acrobats? They sailed the seas on a massive ship, quite possibly another... What? Quite possibly another mimic. The ship? Singing chanties, juggling cutlasses, saving beautiful damsels, and on rare occasions, boarding someone they didn't like. That is scary. You imagine? You're just a regular, like, sea, like a sailor, and then a ship comes in, and it's like, wait a minute, that entire ship and the ship itself is mimics. Oh, Avu. Avu would visit her large family in Elysium, but nothing could make her part with her best friend for long. I go where you go, was her motto. Much later, all grown up, Avu went off on her own adventures. She traveled the plains and bravely helping good souls in distress, and of course, seeking out places where they baked the best cookies. Many believed that Dresden would have a bright future as an independent political power, but the city never established strong diplomatic ties, remaining in the eyes of the world no more than a willful province of Mendev. Okay. With the war concluded, most of its defenders hastily left Dresden. The memory of the terrible sacrifices made in the battles for the city was too hard to bear. Within a century, Dresden had become a dilapidated, insignificant backwater. Oh, wow. Okay. Queen Galfrey returned to Nerosian with the intent to rule Mendev as before. But as it turned out, Mendevian society was hungry for a change. The war-ravaged nation desired new leadership, but the queen would not countenance yielding her authority to anyone else. She believed her duty to her homeland had not yet been fulfilled. Upon his return to Canabris, Holren ranted and raged against those who had been governing the city in his absence. But contrary to all expectations, Holren's inquisitors were far less vicious than in days past. It seemed the time he had spent fighting in the Fifth Crusade had tempered him somewhat. Hey, that's pretty good. The wardstones from the chain that once guarded the borders of Mendev were carefully disassembled. One by one, the angels that had been trapped inside returned to heaven to heal their wounded spirits and prepare for new battles against evil. Oh, Nocticula. The victory over the World Wound changed many things, not just on Galarian, but in the Midnight Isles as well. Nocticula spent many days pondering the words of a certain young... No way, Ember! You and Ember managed to influence Nocticula. How? Pondering the words of a certain young and fearless prophet. Before long, the Lady in Shadow openly renounced her realm and named herself the Redeemer Queen. Oh my gosh, yeah. Wow. This revolt against her own demonic nature transformed Nocticula, severed her ties to the Abyss, and brought her to Elysium. Oh. Thereupon creating a realm named Midnight's Palette. The Redeemer Queen attained divine power and became the patroness of exiles. Oh, wow. Okay. What the heck? She followed the same path as me. The now vacant throne was instantly seized by Shamira, the Ardent Dreams. However, her power could not compare to the might of the Lady in Shadow. The Midnight Isles, which had become the tempting prize for many demons, were plunged into chaos. So once she left, everyone now wants to rule the Midnight Isles. Oh, Baphomet. The Demon Lord suffered defeat. The World Wound was closed and the convenient passage to Galarian was sealed along with it. Baphomet shifted his attention to the realms of the other Demon Lords. A cell of Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth was soon discovered in Elushinria. Discari. The Demon Lord Discari suffered a defeat. He bided his time, continuing to plot his evasion of Galarian, and after that, of heaven itself. The cultists that remained on Galarian went mad one after another, tortured by the nightmarish dreams their lord sent them. The commander's escapades in Elushinria left a lasting impression under its denizens. Under Zeklik's management, the battle bliss gradually fell into decline. Audience had grown bored of ordinary gladiator fights, and the Nihindrian League closed due to the lack of members. Realizing that his talents as an arena steward would never be appreciated in the Abyss, Zeklik sold the battle bliss and used the proceeds to relocate to Hell, where he finally found himself a home. The flesh markets, had been ravaged, but it proved impossible to completely destroy them. After the commander left the city, new slavers took over the stalls, and new shipments of slaves were chained to the platforms. Gristov, the envoy of the Pathfinder Society, took advantage of this situation and rose to the top of the slave trade. He sold demons to other demons and used the proceeds to buy freedoms of mortal slaves. He soon founded the first Pathfinder Lodge in the Abyss. Huh. So not many mortal slaves, but now the demons are becoming slaves though. Despite numerous attempts to cut down, uproot, or burn the tree growing on the side of... Oh yeah, the tree I grew at the flesh market, nothing worked. It continued to grow at the heart of Elushinria, its roots going deep into the island. Some demons worried that one day the roots would grow through Ishiar to the Maelstrom and sunder the plane of the Abyss. The unrelenting killer and vigilante known as Red Mask continued her purge of the city and assembled a full squad of Asamir assassins. Demons enjoyed listening to the stories of their bloody exploits. That is, until the assassins came to collect their heads. The place where the commander's camp had once stood became a symbol of freedom for runaway slaves in the abyss. They flocked to the Nexus by the hundreds and erected a real fortress, which held out against several assaults by the slavers. Life returned to Polura's fall. The rushing river, awakened by the commander's power, washed over the wasteland and swept away the burial ground surrounding the temple. When the water had ebbed, pilgrims began to arrive at the temple, wishing both to worship Polura and honor the memory of the fallen defenders who had held the line in obscurity for over a century. The lake by the temple gate always held the reflection of a starry sky, even in daylight, and at night, if anyone were to stand on the shore, they would hear an enchanting melody and distant bewitching singing. Gesmera was true to her word. The Winter Sun clan left the land of their ancestors. Once they had left the borders of the former Sarkoris, the clan split into several branches. One went to the wildlands of Numeria, others set off for free Varissia. A small group led by Gesmera chose to travel to Andaeren, where they were lost among the many refugees fleeing other lands and other wars. The Winter Sun clan ceased to be. The Tirabeds, oh, they got married! Cute. The Tirabeds were adamant about retiring the military service, leaving it all behind, and escaping together. Her urgent ego watch business forced them to stay for a week, then a month, and then for years. Even as Anivia cursed their lot. However, her eyes would shine with pride, for she was always the first to admit that Irabeth was not the kind of person who could just up and retire. Yeah, this was Act 2. You helped Irabeth control her inner turmoil and take heart again. I wonder if she didn't. Like, if she was still wavering in Act 2, in this ending, would she retire? Could she be too afraid or whatever? Also, whoa, Minago. Several hundred years after the conclusion of the Fifth Crusade, somewhere on another plane, far from both the Abyss and Galarian, two runaway Lily-Twos met. Oh! They got together! They met, never to part again. Minago and Shivaro. Oh, wow. They got their own little happy ending. The Dretch known as Suture never made peace with the loss of his mistress. He retreated to her old lab, where he wandered the empty halls, activating the magical projectors and again, for in their pale light, there still lived an image of the one who had become so important to the solitary demon. Dang. The Abyssal boy, named Jorge, had intended to leave the material plane, but a conversation with the commander after the victory over the World Wound caused him to change his mind. The details of this conversation are unknown, but a week later, Jorge knocked on the door of the Pathfinder Society, Grand Lodge, Jesus, and was accepted in the society as a ward. It was the beginning of a long, adventurous saga. Well, that's crazy. The commander's decision to destroy the Numerian device that he had captured in the Blackwater clan encampment had dire consequences. Free of the mechanism that inhibited and controlled it, the mysterious core of the device soon awakened and vanished in a flash of magical energy. Within weeks, Numerian hunters began to tell tales of strange constructs they had encountered in the mountains. It was the skeleton of a machine of some sort of alien incomprehensible that had been built by the people with hollow eyes. Oh yeah, this guy's story is sad. For many years, Captain Helor continued to wander Galarian in the hopeless attempt to hunt down his nemesis, the Spinner of Nightmares. His hunt ended on an old road in River Kingdoms, where Helor saw a group of monsters attacking an innocent family. He managed to save only one of them, a young girl who had been orphaned on that terrible night. Helor took her in and was forced to temporarily halt his search for the Spinner. This pause lasted for a month, then a year. Abandoning his hopes of reuniting with Lori, Helor found a new purpose in caring for another person. Over time, he was able to once again find joy and hope in his life. Well, that's good. The storyteller, as old as the tales he collected, continued his travels across Galarian, occasionally beyond. He knew that out there somewhere, there was one story he would never find in his own. Ah, crap. Dang it, damn it. That sucks. I'm mad. Once again, Seela heard the call of the open road. Even a valiant paladin can be prone to self-doubt, and after everything that had happened to her, Seela wanted to sort out her conflicting thoughts and emotions on her own. She still remained at a crossroads, not fully understanding her feelings and having failed to help everyone she wanted to. Also, yeah, now it's our companions. Once the war has ended, Camila grew bored and irritable. Shortly afterward, on a moonless night, she vanished. About a month later, an assassin by the name of Mirie arrived in Varisia. She had few things in common with the missing woman, apart from the fondness for cutting the hearts out of her victim. Alright, she became an assassin. Gwyrm never saw his daughter again. After the end of the crusade, he sold his estate and left for Chiliax, where he successfully married, thus continuing the Gwyrm line. Wenduag became the queen of mongrels. Ooh, okay. And in so doing, assumed her rightful place among her people. She gave her rugged brethren a place to settle, a patch of the untamed waste taken back from the demons. In time, those parts were named the Saltlands, in remembrance of the sweat, blood paid by the young nation at the dawn of its existence. Thanks to their firm and determined ruler, the mongrel race survived their first perilous years of trials and hardship to forge a great future for themselves. Amber joined her religion, the Redeemed Brotherhood. She never recognized herself as the leader or gave any orders, but her very presence inspired. Your joint adventures convinced Amber to keep believing in the inherent goodness of people, and not only people, yeah, even demons. Her very presence inspired the former miscreants to perform great deeds. Over time, the Brotherhood grew into a major religious movement. Its preachers took a vow of poverty and walked the roads of Galarian, helping the needy, convincing villains to change their ways, and entreating both good and evil deities alike to be more merciful to mortal kind. Soon after the war, the tireless researcher of all things researchable embarked on a new journey. She had a sudden urge to know how much time it would take to visit every nation on Galarian. She never returned. Oh, goddamn. In Enio's eyes, you never became a person whose name is worth remembering. No, she did not perish. She simply got carried away with another experiment and forgot to come back. Daeren returned to Mendev as expected. He was swiftly dealt with by the Inquisition. Whether he was hoping to use his connections or resources to worm his way out of his fate, or he simply had no strength left to struggle against it, is anyone's guess. The Count's prison was an asylum for the magical gifted. The treatment left him a somnolent wreck who was scarcely aware of his surroundings. There were rumors that a group of unknown conspirators tried to exploit the situation and put the Count on Mandevian throne. What could be more convenient than a king who needs to be spoon-fed his policies and who will sign any decree that is placed under his nose? Ember, his friend on his long wanderings, was one of the few living souls who did not forget about Daeren. Only her rare visits could awaken a spark of awareness in the Count. Ah, damn, man. To his own surprise, Woljif Jefto became a war hero. He was a hero. His fame and fame were shortly followed by great wealth. The Tiefling did not let his newfound fortune turn his head, but chose to invest his money in several profitable ventures and one charity for street urchins. Within a few years, his signature style came to include a top hat, a cane, and a bit of a belly. He was always kept a bottle of his best liquor and 2 cups at the ready, just on the off chance that his chief would swing by, for a visit. After the victory, Socio returned home. Now a famed crusader hero, he humbly officiated at the temple of Shelen, painted, grew sweet-smelling fruit, and made the best wine in the region. His former kindly smile returned less and less often. He avoided talking about war, and when people asked about his brother's fate, he just curtly replied that Trevor had been killed by demons. After spending so much time in the commander's company and in the presence of his mythic powers, Socio's paintings always turned out vivid, unreal, almost alive. One day, while sorting through his old sketches of the Worldwound, he was surprised to find details he did not recall. Trees grew where there had only been a wasteland, and dried up riverbeds were now filled with water. Intrigued, Socio journeyed to the places he had sketched and discovered his works perfectly reflected the regeneration of the land. During the war, Socio met an engineer by the name of Aaron Kier. That meeting turned into a friendship, which turned into a love, and then it was time for the wedding. Later, the cleric would say that only the memory of his beloved had allowed him to cope with the terrors of the abyss and keep his sanity. Aww. The commander was among those invited to the wedding. Having received an invitation to the wedding, Seela was torn about whether or not she should attend. She felt her appearance at a friend's wedding would be bad omen. In the end, she politely declined. Oh, come on, no. That's awful. Oh. Regil was not entirely satisfied with his actions over the course of the crusade and was rumored to be considering retirement. But even without the world wound, the world would always have an excess of chaos, requiring harsh and decisive intervention. This dissatisfaction with himself may have served as a potent enough emotion to stave off his death from the bleaching for years. Either that, or Regil simply ordered himself to hold on. And he did. You serious? Like, he basically has, like, what we learned way early on, like, he basically has, like, kind of like cancer. And he literally said, like, like, nah, hold up, I'm not dying next year. And the cancer basically is like, alright, okay, next year then. The year after that, I was like, nah, I still got work. Alright, the year after that. This man is too stubborn to die. Oh, man. Arushalae had changed her nature, completely ridding herself of evil, but she would not dare live among mortals. She took up residence in a small house, away from their settlements. Shortly afterwards, rumors began to spread. Some said there was a kind sorceress living in the cottage, or perhaps a reclusive saint, and people would come to ask her for help. She never refused anyone, and in time she earned their trust and friendship. One day, a familiar figure appeared on Arushalae's doorstep. Seela. She stayed as a welcome guest for several days, trying to soothe the turmoil in her soul. It is not known what the commander's two companions, the Paladin and the former succubus, spoke about, but when the time came for Seela to set out again, a smile was playing on her lips. One day, Arushalae had an unexpected guest, Avu, the Havoc Dragon. By the end of the visit, all the pretzels had disappeared from the house, and all the apples were gone from the trees. You bastard! When the former demon was not busy helping mortals, she spent time with the commander, who often visited her at her house. They had nothing to hide or be ashamed of, and yet in her shyness, Arushalae tried to conceal their relationship from prying eyes. "This is our Elysium," she would say, "yours and mine, and no one needs to know about us." Oh, what the heck?
And what of me, the writer of these words? The half-demon witch known as the architect of the world wound. I was defeated and fell at the hand of the one I had tried to transform. My experiment ended in failure, and my life ended along with it. I have recounted the story of my life for you, Pharasma, Lady of Graves. Not only of my life, but of the Commander's also. I believe the tale of such an illustrious figure would pique even a goddess's curiosity.
Wait, so what we just read was Pharasma's counting of what? Of like our story? Wait, what? Also, that's her? I guess that's why there's two doors on the left and right, huh?
Now you know everything. I await your verdict, goddess.
I can intervene? Wait, as in Mimi? I'm not here, am I? Silence hangs over the boneyard. The Lady of Graves is weighing her decision, and it seems the entire universe is holding its breath, awaiting her pronouncement. Who would dare break the silence so absolute? I mean, we've been chaotic good, right? And what's more chaotic than interrupting this, if it's what I think? Let's intervene. Though you are no longer here, your mythic powers entitle you to a say in this trial. Also, god dang it. Of course, there's a lot of noise. Well, I got a lot of charisma, so it's either 1 or 3. Let's go with 1. I appeal. Is it my charisma? Yeah, it is. I appeal to your mercy. The planes have suffered enough. Do not add to the evil already wrought with yet another act of evil. Your words ring out in silence. They are heard, considered, and given their due weight.
The laws of the universe have
Oh my God.
existed for millennia. They are incontrovertible. But even they allow the decider of fate some degree of influence over the verdict. You wrought great evil, while it stemmed from the evil that was done to you. Your actions far exceeded it. Your soul is dark, and there is only one place for you in the universe. And yet, the one whom you harmed most of all now appeals to me on your behalf.
Also, Rasma did hear me. But not Areelu, I guess.
I shall send you to the Maelstrom, the plane on the edge of the world. A place to which the gods' gaze do not stray. There you will find yourself. Or you will perish in the whirlwind of chaos that is your soul. So be it. Now you, the mortal who has risen so high as to stand boldly in the presence of the goddess of fate. You have done the impossible, and you will be remembered as long as this universe exists. Go, live out the rest of your life. I look forward to tales of your future deeds.
Thanks, God. Is one of the goddess. That end. I like you could hear Opona. Because technically she was with me. It just ends there? There's no credits? Yeah, whoa, that is weird. Unless it bugged out. But yeah, because Rogue Trader, there was credits right after the final fight and final scenes. I guess I could play it. Oh, it's not like a regular... Oh, well, you could roll it, I guess. I see, I see. I guess it's not like a regular credit thing. Oh, I guess I'll leave it on this then. Wow, it ended so abruptly. That was weird. What I think? This game is good. Like, the story is very good. The characters are very great. I like the path I chose, Azata. That was interesting how it turned out. I like the whole theme of it, like being like freedom and change. Also, the weird twist in Act 4 to 5, I guess, with early sunset, and we had to fight Mephistopheles. That's crazy. Although it sucks that that fight was bugged. Like, I didn't hear any music. Areelu. Let's see. When she showed her past, I knew that was her kid, but I didn't realize until the very end, when we were in the threshold, that the abyss part of us was her son. So now it makes a lot of sense in the game, especially Act 2. I remember, what was it, Act 2 or Act 3? I remember bringing up, like, why is she just observing us if she's supposed to be like the creator of the world wound? Like, you would think she would try to stop us or whatever, but I guess that's why she wanted to see if her son was still there. Well, in us, like, it was still, if there was something, like she said, like if there was an instinct at least. But nah, the ending stuff, like showing like the aftermath with the companions and stuff, that's the same as Rogue Trader. And I guess that's the same as Rogue Trader, where not everyone gets a happy ending. Like, I feel so bad for Daeren. He felt like he was basically, how would you say it? Like a vegetative state? Like, he seemed like, unless Ember visited him. But then some people have happy endings, like Arushalae. Socio at least got a wedding. That's nice. I mean, that guy deserves happiness. Dude, the whole game, just so much bad stuff happened to him, man. Like, his first companion quest right after, in Act 2, is like he buries the people that died and then they come back to life because of that necromancer. Then he has to bury them again. That sucks. Then in Act 4, we find the brother and we have to kill him because he's already too far gone. It's like the dude can't catch a break. That poor guy. But yeah, this game is way more in depth, maybe is the word, than the other two CRPGs I played, which is Rogue Trader and Baldur's Gate 3. Like, holy cow. You gotta, how do you say it? Like in Baldur's Gate 3 at least, I could wing it as my first CRPG. Like it wasn't bad if I didn't know, like, oh, I should be using, like an example, like, oh, I should be using Bless before a fight because that bonus is so good for the battle. But then this one's like, oh man, if you don't get your bonuses up, you're gonna have a hard time. And especially how I played, since like I like the Azata path I picked, but the class I started with definitely wasn't for Azata. Like a Paladin, like those two contradict each other, since Paladin wants to be lawful good and then Azata wants to be chaotic good. So I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely, that wasn't a what is it, that wasn't optimal. And then Rogue Trader, I felt like kind of the same, where like my player character in that game, he wasn't bad, but he definitely wasn't as strong as like when I built some of the party members like Argenta. And then those I kind of winged it. So winging it wasn't too bad. But you definitely have to use more of your abilities. Well, I guess like spells. You have to use your spells in that game more compared to Baldur's Gate, where you could just wing it. And then there's so much in this one. There's so many abilities and spells. There's a lot more classes too in either of those two games. And then the mythic path on top of that adds even more. Which I guess, if you're super into CRPGs, like you're a veteran or whatever, or you actually played the tabletop game, then it makes it, I could totally see why you would have a ton of more fun with this game compared to like Baldur's Gate. Because like, holy cow, there's a lot of stuff you could do. Like, I don't know, like how many builds can you do? That's a ton. Like, I don't think it's exaggeration to say it would definitely be over 100. Like the different combinations, yeah, you could. And the replayability too for this game, it's got to be crazy, because like seeing all the different mythic paths, and then character wise too. Like early on, I showed that that trophy picture with Arushalae. She could be evil, and I'm assuming the dialogue and all that would be super different too for that. Oh man, the music in this game. Well, it seems like it's just a thing for CRPGs, but the music in this game is so good. That mythic power music, that's got to be my favorite. It's so good. This main theme is good too. Yeah, it's definitely a thing with CRPGs, because this is the same with like Rogue Trader. The soundtrack is so good, and Baldur's Gate as well. It's just amazing. There's a lot of good tracks in all those games. Yeah, it's crazy I finished this. This is definitely the hardest CRPG I finished to date. Absolutely. Like out of the three, it would be for difficulty, it would be this, then Rogue Trader, and then Baldur's Gate 3. Like if you were just playing, if you were someone who had no experience with CRPGs, I can't imagine showing this to someone who has no experience with CRPGs. It'd be like, here you go. Just you'll get it. It'd be like, no way, dude. They probably give up at some point, because like all the text you gotta read and all that. If you weren't looking up how to build stuff, I don't know what to do now after this. It's weird. I mentioned it before when I finished Rogue Trader. No, it was when I finished Baldur's Gate 3, where I was like, you know, when you finish a book or finish a television series maybe, and you're at the end and you're like, oh man, I'm done. What do I do now? Like this thing has taken so much of my time, and I was so invested, and now it's just over. Okay, like you feel kind of like lost or aimless. I know I want to. I don't know if I'll do it right after this, but I definitely want to do a Dark Urge playthrough for Baldur's Gate 3. And because I remember when I first played the game, I remember seeing that it is not recommended to do Dark Urge if you're brand new to CRPGs. But now that I know what CRPGs are and I've beaten Baldur's Gate 3, it should be no problem doing a Dark Urge playthrough. Plus I want to do... Oh, it's gonna hurt. But I also want to do like an evil run with that too. Just to see the difference. And man, in this game with Camilla's whole companion quest, oh, that was rough. Like that massacre and with the servants, it was like, oh man. I can't imagine playing a whole playthrough like that. Hey, I might do it. Also, thinking about like other CRPGs I could play, the only one I could think of that pops in my head that I wanted to play along with Pathfinder was Divinity 2. Because Divinity 2 was the last game from the same people who made Baldur's Gate 3. And I assume that has to be easier. Like an easier CRPG compared to this one. By the way, since I beat this one, I could definitely do that for sure. It's been a long, very long journey. Months journey. Yeah, it's taken months to beat this game for me. But that's it. That's it for Pathfinder for now. I don't know. Maybe I would play the DLC because there's a bunch. And obviously there's the first Pathfinder too. It's weird that I wasn't expecting to finish the game today, but like after doing I felt like, yeah, I need to see the story through. Especially since it's so hot today, man. Oh my god. Been playing for hours in this like over 100-degree weather. And next month is definitely gonna be worse. Oh man. But yeah, I definitely want to see how the story unfolded. I'm definitely gotta... I'm repeating definitely. I need to do the side quest for sure. I don't know if I'll do a video or my own time, but there's definitely stuff I did it again. There's stuff I want to see for sure. Like, I never finished Nenio's thing. Who else? Those other stuff. There's another big one. It's not coming to my mind. Or whatever, but there's a Why am I catching that now? That's annoying me. There is stuff that I did not do. And I got to play it. And yeah. But that's another time. For now, it's time to say goodbye. Don't know what I'll do afterwards. Maybe do that Baldur's Gate 3 Dark Urge thing. I'm rambling. That's it. I gotta stop. Thank you for watching this. Like, for real. If you've been watching since, I don't know, like this whole journey. It's crazy. Because it is not short. Thank you so much for being engaged and interested in how, I guess, a total new player who fumbles through the game as a paladin through a Azata storyline would end. Alright, have a good evening, morning, night, day, whatever. Bye bye, thank you.